Hello everybody and welcome back to my channel. My name is Rux, I'm Western Tropical Astrologer, and today we're diving into the astrology of August of 2024. How is it August already? I don't know. That's a question for another time. August is a very... oh my god, I'm struggling to find the adjective. It's an interesting month, it's an eventful month, it can be a chaotic month. I am just gonna give you that. It is a good month to repair things. It is a good month to revisit things. It's a good month to reconnect with people. It's potentially not the best month to maybe make big purchases, to sign big, I don't know, like deals and agreements, unless they've been on your radar for quite some time, unless it's something that you've wanted to do for a while. Probably the most significant astrological event of August is Mercury going retrograde. Now, Mercury retrograde, we're used to it, right? It's like general advice. I mean, there could be delays with your train. There could be, I don't know, like plane cancellations and having to reschedule your travel plans. The courier could misplace your package or something along those lines. Communication might not go exactly as planned. You might need to make clarifications, get back in touch with people, and so on. Things might get lost in translation. So Mercury retrograde, Mercury retrograde is probably one of the astrological events and transits that everyone has heard about, even folks who don't follow astrology, right? But this month is a little bit different because Mercury is in charge of other planets. Mercury is going to be the dispositor, as we say in astrology, of a lot of planets in the sky. It's going to be the dispositor of Venus, who's going to be transiting Virgo from the 5th of August all the way until the 29th. And after that, Venus goes into Libra and its domicile. Woohoo! Venus is going to rule over Jupiter in Gemini. It's going to rule over Mars in Gemini, and Jupiter and Mars are going to come together, and that's probably going to spell a little bit of like big, expansive trouble, especially what type of trouble? We can expect conflicts. We can expect conflicts to kind of like blow out of proportion. We can expect challenges in communication that just like take on proportions or like reach a scale that maybe they should not have reached, or they would not have reached if this conjunction happened outside of Mercury retrograde. Big misunderstandings on this sort of like huge level, at a collective level. Big disruptions in terms of transport to the point where like, I don't know, I'm almost like envisaging people like running around like headless chicken and no one knows what to think, what to do, what's causing the issue. Mars and Gemini. Mars can get quite angry, right? Gemini is quite verbal. It kind of like says what it wants, and it has to verbalize things. And Mercury is retrograde, so potentially throughout the whole month, people can say the wrong thing, or they can say things that they didn't mean to, or they can say things that they didn't think through properly, or they can say things that are based off of the wrong information or the incomplete stats or data, and then they regret it. So I would recommend that you be quite careful this month with jumping to conclusions in general, especially if I were to recommend a few days when it comes to like being extra careful. I'm looking at the 14th of August, give or take 3 days before, 3 days after. I am also looking at, let's see. Yeah, that period is probably the most inflammatory, if you ask me. 19th of August also, but maybe not as much. So 14th of August, give or take 3 days before, 3 days after. That's when Mars comes together with Jupiter. Jupiter expands everything it touches. Mars accelerates everything it touches. Mercury is retrograde. It's like, what is going on here? And there could be a lot of things malfunctioning. There could be things that malfunction when it comes to transportation, when it comes to trains, when it comes to communications, when it comes to like software, when it comes to the internet, the digital world. it's probably not the best time around the 14th of August to be on the road, to travel, or to deliver things, or to like make presentations, or to make sales, or make purchases. So that's why Mercury retrograde is a little bit spicier this month. Not to mention that the Sun also goes into Virgo on the 22nd of August. Mercury goes out of retrograde on the 28th, but Mercury retrograde is going to rule over the Sun as well until the 28th of August. So Mercury retrograde is in charge. Now that is why I strongly recommend thinking things through properly, evaluating things meticulously and precisely, making sure that mistakes have not been made, making sure that you're not rushing into anything in terms of like reaching conclusions, buying, selling, saying yes, making purchases, and so on. I know. I jumped straight in. We're gonna make it, folks. I know sometimes when I share any sort of information that is not positive or is not like effusive and super kind of like auspicious, there will be people saying, "Oh no, so negative. Oh no, oh my God, don't listen." I'm like, we're gonna survive. It's not that bad, but you have to remember that Mercury retrograde can be the trickster, the jokester, right? Like things go just like a little bit south, and they cause us they cause hassle, they cause headaches, they lead to us maybe having to make those extra phone calls, maybe having to get back in touch with people who we've talked with already. So just take your time in communication and signing things and so on. That's my recommendation. Now, before I move forward with the astrology of August, because I realize I jumped straight in. I'm like, yeah, it's an interesting month. There are a few things that I wanna share. First and foremost, especially for those of you who are new to my channel, and if you're wondering how you can work with me. So if you want to book a personal consultation, a personal reading, a personal astrological reading with me, if you're wondering how you can do that, the answer is you can go to my website, which is writteninthestars-astrology.com. It's also in the description of the video and in the pinned comment. And you can go straight to the services section and book a 1 hour, 15-minute Zoom consultation if you haven't worked with me before. When is a good time to get an astrological consultation? I mean, if you ask me, I'd say it's a pretty kind of like lengthy response, but essentially, if you're looking to understand your soul's mission and purpose better, if you're maybe at a crossroads, if you're trying to figure out what would make you the most fulfilled, what sort of path, what sort of decision would make you the most fulfilled, if you're trying to figure out what sort of like chapter of your life you're in and how you can make the most of it, where you are maybe supported cosmically to nourish and nurture and grow things, where you're supported cosmically to maybe reduce, retract, restructure, reorganize things, where you can expect potentially opportunities, where you can expect potentially challenges so that you can be prepared and you can know, okay, if this happens, what is my plan? What is my plan B? Also, if you're looking to really understand your soul's blueprint and, again, your soul's intentions in this lifetime, your mission and purpose, what are some of the lessons that your soul has chosen to experience, I would say that is the time to get an astrological consultation. Also, if you want to understand more about your relationship sector, your career path, your professional opportunities, your financial sector, astrology can offer insights into all of these. I see astrology as the manual for life. It is a symbolic and archetypal manual. It does not predict concrete material manifestation because we have free will in making things happen. But it does tell us, it does help us understand what are some of the big themes that we're here to deal with and how we can master them? Because life is obviously not the same for everyone. Some people have like a super easy time, I don't know, in their romantic life and they struggle with money. Some people have like a really easy time communicating and sharing their thoughts and their opinions, but they struggle with, I don't know, setting long-term goals and intentions or budgeting or really like seeing things through to the end. So astrology helps us understand our soul's blueprint and how we can work with what we've got, how we can deal with the cards that we have been dealt, so to speak, and how we can make the most of them, how we can maximize our potential, so to speak. writteninthestars-astrology.com. By the way, the waiting time generally for a consultation with me is somewhere between a month to 2 months, Now, when I'm filming this, which is on the 24th of July, I'm taking bookings for the second half of September. So the waiting time is a little bit over like a month and a half, in case you're wondering how long you can expect to wait. Now, let's go back to the astrology of August. Let me take you on a journey. So we've talked about Mercury retrograde. What else is going on this month? The entire month, but especially you're going to feel it in the second half of the month, and we're probably going to see it at a collective level as well. Jupiter squares Saturn. It's exact on the 19th of August. Jupiter in Gemini squares Saturn in Pisces. Saturn in Pisces wants structure, stability, it wants security, it wants to build. Saturn is generally traditional and conventional and sticks to the rule book. It wants to maintain things, to preserve things stable so that it can feel emotionally safe. Whilst Jupiter in Gemini comes up with like loads and loads of ideas and new concepts and new kind of like ways of looking at a situation. And it feels like this entire month there's this sort of like tug of war between maintaining and building things as, building upon things as they are and being very cautious, and like taking leaps of faith and doing things in a big way and like saying yes to new ideas. Mars comes together with Jupiter, which I have mentioned. Be careful. Be careful not to get into a fight that turns out to be much bigger than you thought it would be around that time, 14th of August, give or take 3 days before, 3 days after. If we go back to the beginning of the month, 2nd of August, Venus squares Uranus, shocking, maybe announcements connected with relationships, bold decisions, radical, extreme, original decisions when it comes to tastes and art, design maybe as well. 4th of August, we've got a beautiful new moon. I like this. New moon in Leo, sextiling Jupiter and Mars in Gemini. So a fresh, like, confident start with like new ideas and with a lot of like stamina, especially at a mental and intellectual level. Mercury goes retrograde on the 5th of August, and also Venus goes into Virgo on the 5th of August. Love shown or expressed through acts of service. And also love becomes super discerning and critical throughout this period. And relationships might go through like a super kind of like close, meticulous like reevaluation, you know? Like think about going into, I don't know, like a scientist's like laboratory, and it takes your relationship and it puts it under the microscope and it says, oh, this is wrong here, or this could be improved, or this is no longer working, or this is no longer functional. Like that's what Venus in Virgo does. 8th of August, Mercury retrograde conjuncts Venus. I mean, this is where we could kind of like have ideas on how to improve something within a relationship. And we might also feel inspired to reach out to someone, to reconnect with someone who we've built a collaboration or a relationship in the past. It doesn't have to be romantic. 18th of August, Mercury squares Uranus. I mean, here I see complete chaos in communication, travel, technological disruption, disruption on the road, disruption when it comes to like commerce, websites, things like that. Don't say I didn't warn you about it. It's not going to be very long-lived, but it is probably going to be annoying. 19th of August, the full moon in Aquarius, squaring Uranus. I mean, unexpected developments when it comes to groups of people, when it comes to communities, unexpected developments maybe when it comes to something of a scientific nature is very, very possible. The people versus someone in a position of power are kind of like clashing, and they could be clashing over resources. Not the most stable or steady, actually quite a shocking and disruptive full moon. There could also be some announcements that groups of people are going to be affected by, I don't know, decisions to move forward in a new direction. People are probably going to be very angry and disappointed. So yeah, full moon in Aquarius, 19th of August, active 3 days before, 3 days after. 22nd of August, Virgo season starts with Sun going into Virgo. And the 27th of August and the 29th are probably two of my favorite days of the month. 27th of August, Venus trines Uranus, so an unexpected breakthrough in a relationship, in a collaboration maybe with someone. 29th of August, Venus trines Pluto. I see some sort of a reset, some sort of a regeneration of a connection, a collaboration, or a relationship that feels very, very welcome, and peace is restored. The 28th of August, Mercury goes direct, but Venus opposes Neptune, disappointment in someone, maybe not seeing someone clearly, seeing them through rosy-colored glasses. That's what I'm looking at around this time. Also, not everyone is honest. Things are not necessarily out into the open when it comes to romantic relationships. Deceiving. Appearances can be deceiving around this time. Now, of course, we're going to go into the update for each of the 12 zodiac signs, but remember, folks, to listen to the update for your rising sign. If you don't know your rising sign, you can listen to the update for your sun sign, but this general horoscope is built with the rising sign in mind. And remember that it is a general horoscope, it is a general forecast. You cannot expect something general to apply to you, to apply to everyone. If you do want a more granular, in-depth, personal type of reading, obviously the path to take, the way to go is to get a personal astrological consultation. And without further ado, let's dive in. My dear Aries, Aries suns and Aries risings. August of 2024. What does it have in store for you? Well, Aries, I have to say this. August is mostly a month of reworking things, revisiting things, redoing things, and reconnecting with people from the past. Now, why do I say this? Because probably one of the most important transits of the month is Mercury retrograde. Now, some people might say, Rux, but there's other things going on in the sky. Mars and Jupiter coming together in Gemini. Jupiter in a square to Saturn. And yes, these are all very, very important astrological events taking place in August, and we're going to address all of them. But Mercury is going to be the dispositor. Mercury is going to be the boss. Mercury is going to be in charge of what a lot of planets are doing in August. Mercury is going to rule over Jupiter, Mars in Gemini, Venus in Virgo. Towards the end of the month, the Sun in Virgo. Hence why Mercury retrograde is so important. Mercury goes retrograde on the 5th of August until the 28th of August, and the shadow period ends middle of September, 12th, 13th of September. Now, Mercury is going to go retrograde initially in your 6th house of health and day-to-day work, Aries, on the 5th of August until the 15th of August. Now, what does that tell me? It tells me that you might have to go back over some of the things that you've been working on, maybe make some tweaks, make some edits. It could be a good time, for example, to go over an old project and see whether you can improve it in any shape or form, see whether maybe it's worth bringing it back to life. There is a high chance, a high possibility that you might reconnect also with people who you've worked with in the past. For example, between the 5th until the 15th of August, let's say old clients reach out and ask you, I don't know, for like old reports, ask you for I don't know, the results of a campaign maybe that you've run for them, if let's say you work in marketing. From the 5th of August until the 15th of August, it's also a very, very, very good idea to revisit old, maybe health-related issues. If you've been having any issues health-wise, it could be a good idea to take a bit of a step back and say, okay, do I need to, I don't know, go for a checkup? Do I need to get some blood work done? Also, between the 5th of August until the 15th of August, there is a high chance, a high possibility that communications at work with clients, colleagues, people that you interact with on a day-to-day basis, they may not necessarily go exactly as expected. So there might be a little bit of back and forth. There might be this sort of like game of ping pong. Between verbal, let's say, ping pong between you and others. So you say one thing and the other person maybe doesn't get the message, or maybe the message is stuck in your I don't know, in your drafts folder, in your email drafts folder. So I would pay special attention to communication in the workspace in general. I would also say that potentially it's maybe not the best time from the 5th of August until Mercury goes out of retrograde to maybe launch new projects in the workspace. It could be a good idea to reconnect with old clients and maybe, I don't know, upsell to them or just kind of like keep in touch and ask them, what's going on? How are you doing? Do you need my services? Or something along those lines. But not necessarily, if you ask me, the best time to kick off something new. If you do kick off something new, and of course we have free will, you can do whatever you please. There is a possibility that there might be some hiccups along the way, especially when it comes to communications, technology, anything that has to do with sales, transportation, and commerce. So a period of things kind of like slowing down and potentially also grinding to a halt when it comes to some of these areas in the workspace. Now Mercury is going to go retrograde back into Leo from the 15th of August until the 28th of August. Now, Leo for you is especially for Aries risings, is in your 5th house of fun, entertainment, enjoyment, and children. What's going on here? So, first and foremost, there is a possibility that you might reconnect with people from the past, maybe people who you've had like a really good time with. It is a good idea, for example, to catch up with old friends, old colleagues maybe from work, and go out for drinks and maybe attend some sort of a social event that is likely to bring you back together with people from the past. Communication when it comes to romantic relationships, and also when it comes to your relationships with children, Aries may not necessarily go initially exactly as planned. So you may need to clarify things, you may need to double check that the other person at the end of the, I don't know, at the other end of the line has received your message in the way that you intended it to be received. And it's also actually a very good idea from the 15th of August until the 20th of August, for those of you who have children, maybe to sit down with them and to discuss about some topics that maybe you feel have been left in limbo or still need to be addressed. Maybe important topics, for example, related to your child's education, or related to them playing, I don't know, like sports and games, or related to their health. So it is a good idea to kind of like revisit old topics from the past. It's also a good idea from the 15th of August until the 20th of August to maybe revisit old creative projects from the past. And of course, this is pretty kind of like standard astrological recommendations and advice, if we want to call it this way. From the 5th of August until the 28th, I would potentially avoid buying new gadgets, new, I don't know, like new tech, especially for work, but also maybe something connected with your creative projects and creative passions. So for example, if you wanted to buy a new camera to take photos, if you're passionate about photography, I would potentially wait until Mercury is out of retrograde. But again, completely up to you, my dear Aries. Now, what else is going on this month? So, the entire month, we are likely to feel this energy, but it's going to be exact on the 19th of August. But the entire month, it's pretty much kind of like something that's on the background, Aries. Unfolding in the background. Jupiter is squaring Saturn. Jupiter in your 3rd house is squaring Saturn in your 12th house. Now Saturn is also the ruler of your 10th house of career. So there is a possibility that throughout the entire month you might be feeling a tiny little bit frustrated when it comes to your endeavors in the communicational space at work. It may feel like, let's say you want to present things at work, you want to come up with like new ideas, new concepts, you're super excited, and your boss just doesn't get it, or your boss just doesn't feel supportive, or your boss isn't present, let's say, or they aren't there, to kind of like to listen to you. So there is a possibility of you feeling a bit frustrated in the professional space. There's also a possibility that you could experience miscommunication with bosses, with figures of authority, and possibly also with a parent. You could experience some sort of a miscommunication that isn't immediately maybe visible. So it could just feel like the message hasn't landed in the way that you would like it to land. There could be some differences in terms of mentality here. So you might need to potentially, I don't know, like dial down a little bit the optimistic, kind of like forward-facing, progressive mentality in order to maybe get someone on your side, such as a boss or a parent or a figure of authority that is a little bit more conservative, let's say. There's also a possibility that you might experience this month potentially some challenges when it comes to your preferred mode of transportation. So I'm looking at cars, I'm looking at, I don't know, your bike, I'm looking also at things like trains. The entire month it could feel like there's kind of like something that sort of like hit an obstacle, maybe getting in the way of you doing everything that you would like to do that involves transportation. So let's say you've got a lot of like short trips that you need to take, and I don't know, the trains go on strike, or your bike falls apart. Let's hope it's nothing that bad. It's not going to be something massively dramatic, but it could just be these sort of like small inconveniences, let's say. It also feels like you need to kind of like rein in and slow down and maybe be a little bit more, I don't know, conservative and prudent when it comes to everything that you want to learn and cover mentally and intellectually this month, my dear Aries. Now, going back to potential car issues, potential car trouble, I am looking especially at the time when Mars and Jupiter are coming together around the 14th of August in your third house. Let's say 14th of August, maybe also a couple of days before and a couple of days after. This is when I see a very, very, very high chance of frustrations and things kind of like falling apart or breaking down when it comes to cars and transportation, trains, things like that. 14th of August, also a couple of days before and a couple of days after, is when we experience the conjunction of Mars and Jupiter in your third house squaring Saturn. Now, Mars is going to square Saturn exactly on the 16th of August. That's why I've given you 14th of August as the date to keep in mind, and also the couple of days before and the couple of days after. Now, Mars is your chart ruler, okay? Mars coming together with Jupiter basically expands the martial kind of like appetite for action, for doing things, for speed. And the square to Saturn is like, nope, not so fast. It's kind of like you hit a wall. There is a possibility for incidents and frustrations and conflicts. I don't necessarily want to say accidents, but it could, if you're speeding, if you're in a rush, it could also result in accidents on the road around this time. 14th of August, a couple of days before, a couple of days after. This is also a time when I see you, 14th of August, being like very, very, very passionate when it comes to defending something that you believe in, when it comes to defending your worldviews, your life philosophy, your belief system. You are unbelievably vocal. I want to say that you are kind of like eager almost to like pick up a fight verbally. And you seem to feel very kind of like strongly about what you have to say and what you're looking to defend. At the same time, I would also be a little bit more reserved, just because if you are incredibly like loud and vocal and dramatic in the way that you defend your opinions, there is a possibility that this could put off someone who has power and authority over you. So, for example, let's say you're very vocal at work about something, and a boss might kind of like take note of that, and they might say, oh, because this person is acting, I don't know, is kind of like acting so rashly and is speaking in such a like blunt manner. I don't know if they're ready for like more responsibility. I don't know if they're ready for like stepping up. So there is a possibility that it could potentially hurt you professionally. So just kind of like tone it down. You are likely to get very annoyed and kind of like throw words at people around the 14th of August, maybe also a couple of days before and a couple of days after. I believe you don't know the full picture, and I believe you could be in a rush to throw words that could cut through others. So just kind of like slow down. High potential for verbal conflicts, 14th of August, maybe a couple of days before, a couple of days after, with colleagues, with in-laws, with neighbors, with siblings, and with cousins. So quite a few people. I just have to say. Now, these are probably some of the most important transits of the month. Now, I'm gonna take you through the kind of like day by day delineation of August. 2nd of August, also day before, day after, Venus squares Uranus. I feel like you could maybe experience some unexpected expenses connected with fun, with entertainment, maybe also connected with your romantic life. There is a possibility. There's also a possibility that something could happen that maybe messes up with your plans to meet someone in the romantic space, or to just kind of like connect with someone for like a fun, enjoyable, entertaining time, let's say. 4th of August, active 3 days before, 3 days after, we've got a new moon in Leo in the 5th house, sextiling Jupiter and Mars in Gemini. I feel like this is where you could start focusing maybe on a new creative project. There is a possibility. Maybe something that involves studying, reading, writing, researching. You feel very passionate. You feel like your mind is like super kind of like energized, super alive. The entire month your mind is very energized and alive, and you're kind of like brimming with kind of like mental and intellectual stamina, ideas, inspiration, let's say, my dear Aries. However, be careful, because you might be too quick to speak this month, in general. So just kind of like take a bit of a step back and make sure that you understood the facts correctly. At the time of the new moon, you could also potentially maybe start seeing someone, especially if you're single, start seeing someone that you're interested in romantically, and that you feel like you could kind of like have a good time with, that you can get along well with. They seem to be on the same wavelength in terms of mentality, in terms of opinions. Conversation is flowing very, very nicely. And last but not least, this new moon can also bring an important new fresh start, new beginning when it comes to your children. If you have kids, maybe they start learning something new. For example, I don't know, like how to speak like a foreign language. They might start taking some new classes, and you do seem to feel quite excited for them, and you could be encouraging them quite a bit. Now, 5th of August until the 29th of August, Venus is going to be transiting your 6th house of day-to-day work. Now, this is happening pretty much with Mercury retrograde there. I feel like Venus is going to sweeten the deal a little bit, because with Mercury there could be some issues at work in terms of communication, but Venus comes in and is likely to make your collaboration with others, your cooperation with others in the workspace a lot more enjoyable. It's likely to bring this sense of like tact and diplomacy, and a higher degree of enjoyment of the work that you do in general. 5th of August until the 29th of August, you might also enjoy prioritizing your health, and prioritizing, for example, healthy routines, especially some of those who maybe you've wanted to implement for quite some time. Now, end of the month, 29th of August until the 23rd of September, Venus enters Libra in your 7th house of relationships. And this is a beautiful, beautiful, beautiful period to focus on relationships of any kind, but especially romantic. Also on the 29th of August, probably one of my favorite days of the month, Venus trines Pluto in the 11th house. A very, very, very good time to connect with friends, maybe to enjoy some sort of a social activity with your peers, with your tribe, with your community. You could also experience a sense of intense, powerful connection with someone around this time, and feel like, okay, this is the type of person who can really help me accomplish my goals, who is on the same wavelength when it comes to plans for the future. It could be a very strong connection that you experience with someone romantically, but also potentially with a friend or with a peer. And you might feel like, yes, we both want the same thing, and it's a great time to kind of like maybe talk to this person and initiate some sort of a collaboration, I'd say. Now, going a little bit backwards, back in time, 5th of August, Mercury retrograde conjuncts Venus in Leo in your 5th house. I feel like around the 8th of August, maybe also the day before, the day after, you could just like casually bump into someone that you've had a really good time with in the past. It could be an ex-romantic partner. It could just be someone who you've like celebrated life with in the past, someone from your old social circle, and it could actually turn out really, really nice. You could have like a genuine kind of like good time. It's also a great time, for example, to invite an old client for dinner, or to invite an old work collaborator for dinner and say, okay, how about we work together once again. 19th of August, active 3 days before, 3 days after. Not my favorite time. Full moon in Aquarius. why do I say that this is not my favorite time? Because the full moon is squaring Uranus in your second house. And we've also got this sort of like tense kind of like energy between Venus and Saturn. So I feel like this could be a time when a relationship of friendship is tested, and also your collaboration with a community of people, with a group of people, and your involvement with a certain organization is tested. I do believe there is a possibility that you might decide to cut ties with a community and with a group of people. There could also be something kind of like sudden and disruptive happening in the life of a friend, or within a community that you're a part of, within an organization that you're a part of, and all of a sudden you might decide, you know what, this does not work for me anymore. This is not aligned with my values. This is not aligned with kind of like how I see my life unfolding, let's say. So I'm not necessarily a big fan of this. I do believe you could also leave a professional organization around this time. That's a possibility. This could also be a time when, for those of you who have kids, you decide to kind of like take your kid out of maybe like an activity that they were engaged in. Maybe, I don't know, they used to play football, and you realize, I don't know, that the football coach is not is kind of like not training the children in alignment with your value system or with your belief system, let's say. Virgo season starts, so the sun goes into Virgo 22nd of August. Pretty much the last week of August is like work for you, my dear Aries. And 28th of August, Venus in your house of day-to-day work is in opposition to Neptune in Pisces. A relationship with someone in the workspace, it could be a colleague, it could be a client, seems to be very nebulous and very confusing. So I do believe it's worth kind of like you sitting down and clarifying things, and also making sure that you're on the same wavelength, because I feel like things are very confusing for everyone involved. And that's Aries. Now, my dear Taurus suns and Taurus risings, what is going on in August for you? Well, first and foremost, Mercury retrograde is probably the most important transit of the month. Mercury is going to go retrograde on the 5th of August until the 28th of August. And the shadow period, the post-retrograde shadow period, ends between the 12th, 13th of September. So if you are experiencing any sort of like frustrations, delays, miscommunications, things getting lost in translation, challenges when it comes to communication and maybe, I don't know, like interactions with others, if you're experiencing challenges in this sort of like area of your life, Taurians, in August, I do believe that things will come back to normal, and they will probably kind of like start moving forward in a harmonious way and in an expected manner, probably after the retrograde is over, but especially after the post-retrograde shadow period is over, between the 12th until the 13th of September. So kind of like those couple of days, things are falling back into place. Mercury retrograde is gonna go, well, Mercury retrograde is gonna happen from the 5th of August until the 15th in your 5th house. And then from the 15th of August until the 28th in your 4th house. So what is going on here? I do believe you might experience possibly a few challenges in communication with children, and potentially with romantic partners from the 5th of August until the 15th. And then from the 15th of August until the 28th, challenges in communication with parents, family members can be the issue. It's also a very good time, initially from the 5th of August until the 15th of August, to revisit and to kind of like to review and to go over old creative projects. Because you may want to update them, you may want to upgrade them, you may want to like tweak things, edit things. Mercury retrograde is fantastic for that. Mercury retrograde in Virgo is fantastic for finding practical solutions. Then from the 15th of August until the 20th of August, it could be a good idea to maybe reconnect with family members and talk about issues maybe connected with money, finances, maybe issues that you have addressed in the past, but maybe that you feel would be worth kind of like addressing once again. There is a possibility from the 15th of August until the 28th that you might need to pay for something at home to be fixed. Maybe some sort of a gadget, maybe, I don't know, like the telephone, the landline. Things could potentially malfunction around the house, and they might need to be repaired. At the same time, if you've been postponing fixing something around the house, I don't know, repainting a wall that's, I don't know, been kind of like chipped off. The paint is falling off the wall. This is a very good time, a very good period, my lovely Taurians, to, as I said, fix things. So to finally do the things that you've been postponing in the home space. There is a possibility, and I do wanna flag this to you. Mercury is also the ruler of your second house of income. Things might not necessarily be as clear as you expect them to be financially. From the 5th of August until the 28th, there is a possibility that you might be charged the wrong amount. Maybe that you, I don't know, need to return something that you've bought, and let's say you can no longer find the receipt, and the cashier is saying, no, we can't exchange this, or you can't get a refund if you're not going to bring us the receipt, the proof that you've bought this product. So I would be extra kind of like careful and mindful of how you handle money, and also keep an eye on your bank account to make sure that you are charged the correct amount. Also keep an eye on receipts, especially during the retrograde. Now, what else is going on this month? The entire month, this is something that is kind of like unraveling in the background. Jupiter, in your second house of income, money, spending, values, resources, is squaring Saturn in your 11th house. The entire month, even though this is, as I said, it's exact on the 19th of August, but you're probably going to feel it for most of Augustarians. It feels like you want to spend big. It feels like you maybe want to be like super like generous with your resources, Taurians. It feels like you want to do things in a big way. These things that you want to do, that you want to get done, cost quite a bit. And it feels like costs are maybe requiring you to dial down maybe the magnitude of the projects that you're working on. There's also a possibility that throughout the entire month, you might feel a little bit of tension. You might feel at odds with maybe someone in a position of power, with a boss, a manager, because you maybe believe that you should be paid a certain amount for your work, for your services, but this person who's got authority, who's, I don't know, maybe been in the field for quite some time, they're like, nope, we can't pay you this. So we're gonna give you less, I don't know, work. You might also feel very eager and excited to invest in your education this entire month, my dear Taurians, and to invest money, time, energy, and resources. At the same time, it feels like you've got some duties and obligations that you cannot escape, that you cannot avoid. When it comes to your friends, also when it comes to maybe any sort of communities, organizations that you're part of, especially professional organizations, you might also feel potentially a little bit frustrated the entire month, because possibly someone who you consider a good friend doesn't necessarily seem to value or to appreciate your enthusiasm when it comes to what you want to spend your money on and what you want to invest in, let's say. It can be a month of negotiations financially, back and forth in the workspace. That is a possibility. It could also be a time when you maybe revisit your involvement with certain communities and groups of people and organizations, and you might realize, Taurians, even if you don't act straight away, you might realize that some of the communities that you've been active within, they are no longer aligned with where you're headed. They are no longer aligned with what motivates you. They are no longer aligned with what you believe in. So as a result, it feels like you might question whether it's worth you spending time with these people moving forward or not, let's say. Another thing that's happening this month, Mars and Jupiter are coming together in Gemini in your second house around the 14th of August, and the energy is going to be active also a couple of days before and a couple of days after. It feels like you want to spend really big. It feels like you're in a rush to spend really big. It feels like you might want to spend something, possibly maybe for a significant other. You might be also quite quick maybe to take care of some of the expenses of your spouse or of someone that you love. It does feel like you are in a spending mode, but especially for someone else around this time. And my recommendation would be to slow down a little bit, because the conjunction is squaring Saturn. And to really ask yourselves, Taurians, okay, let's say, I don't know, you need to pay for something for your spouse because they have some sort of an emergency. But do make sure that after you make the payment, you are still on track with some of the goals and plans and targets that you've set for yourself, Taurians, for the future. Maybe you do need to step in and make this payment. So I see big expenses around the 14th of August, give or take a couple of days before, a couple of days after. It is my recommendation to also be quite pragmatic and realistic and see, okay, if you have to make this payment, if you have to take care of this expense, potentially maybe to adjust the timeline on some of the goals and plans for the future that you had in mind. Let's say. Around the 14th of August, a couple of days before and a couple of days after, you might also feel very driven and determined, maybe to defend in front of a group of people, in front of a community and public, to defend someone. It could be someone who is quite close to your heart. It could be a significant other, but it could just be someone who you feel maybe quite aligned with. Careful, because you might use big words and you might be very vocal, and it could actually put off some of your existing friends, maybe older connections, and I don't believe that's necessarily worth it. I mean, it's going to be up to you to make the call, but I would just be kind of like careful in this situation. I'm also wondering, my dear Taurians, you might feel the need to defend a friend around the 14th of August, give or take a couple of days before, a couple of days after. You might be thinking, I'm doing this person a favor, I'm stepping up, I'm standing up for them, but the reality is that you could actually be, I don't want to say bothering them, but your intentions might not be perceived the correct way. On the contrary, you could actually hurt your friend because maybe you're giving them the impression that you don't trust them to stand up for themselves and to defend themselves. So I would tread quite carefully here. That's just my recommendation. Now I'm gonna go back in time. I've taken you through some of the most important transits of August. 2nd of August, active the day before and the day after. Venus squares Uranus. A relationship maybe with a family member is going through a little bit of a rougher time. Maybe you need a little bit of space from each other. Maybe you need to, I don't know, take a break from talking to your dad, for example, because he doesn't get you and you're butting heads. You could also feel quite rebellious against a parent or against maybe the stance of a family member. So you could be the one that says, no, I don't agree with you, and I'm gonna openly rebel against your stance. 4th of August, active 3 days before, 3 days after, new moon in Leo in your 4th house of home, and a nice aspect to Jupiter and Mars in your 2nd house. This could be a fresh start at home in some shape or form. So maybe you're starting a project at home, something that requires money, time, energy, that requires you to budget very, very carefully. This could also be the time when you maybe decide to start looking for a different house, a different home. Maybe you initiate a new chapter in terms of home and living situation, in a sense that, for example, you could be putting your house on the market, or you could be looking for a new place to live. This could also be the time when a family member lets you know that they're going through some sort of a fresh start, and you seem to be very happy for them, and you seem to be encouraging them in this direction. Venus, from the 5th of August all the way until the 29th, transits Virgo in your 5th house. Now, you have to remember that Mercury is also retrograde for most of this period. What do I like about this? So Venus transiting the 5th house is generally a very good time to enjoy 5th house activities, creative activities, entertainment, fun, partying, doing the things that make you happy just for the sake of it. Engaging in creative projects, engaging in creative activities. Now, if you can do any and all of these activities together with someone from the past, or together with people who maybe you haven't talked to in a long time, or who you haven't spoken to in a long time, that would be fantastic. That's a very kind of like beautiful use of the Venus in Virgo and Mercury retrograde energy. Could you also feel maybe inspired to, for example, I don't know, invest more time in old passions, hobbies, or creative projects from the past? Yes, that is very much a possibility, my dear Taurians. 8th of August, also active, maybe day before and day after. Mercury conjuncts Venus in Leo in the 4th house. I feel like this is a very good time to maybe pick back up where you left off, an old conversation with a family member. Maybe if you've had like a disagreement with a family member, it's good to like sit down and clarify things and put all the cards on the table, because I do believe you can repair the relationship. 19th of August, active 3 days before, 3 days after, full moon in Aquarius. Probably not my favorite astrological event of the month. The full moon is very tense. It's activating your 10th house, 4th house axis. It's squaring Uranus, and Venus is in opposition to Saturn. So I feel like the relationship with maybe a parent is going through a tough time. It's going through a challenging time. You could also decide to kind of like cut yourself loose, to break free maybe from some sort of an entangled maybe relationship with a family member, or potentially with a parent. There is a possibility also that you could experience disruption in the workspace around this time. What could be going on? For example, your boss could be leaving, or you could decide, you know what, I need to announce to the world that I'm no longer going back into work, or I want to quit this job, or I want to quit this sector, I want to quit this industry. It feels like things are being like shaken up drastically and dramatically in the professional space, and that seems to require you to also think differently and experiment and do things in a different way, and really prioritize what is authentic for you, Taurians. Venus in opposition to Saturn is telling me that you might no longer be enjoying the company, the workspace, the sector, the industry that you're active within. Now, let's put for a second career to the side, because some people are going to tell me, no, I'm not interested in career. There is a possibility that you could experience some sort of a challenge in the home space, in the family space, especially if you're a parent. Something could be going on in the life of a child. Maybe they are, I don't know, going through a tough time in relation with their friends. Maybe they want to quit some of the activities that they've been doing together with their friends, and you seem to be a little bit shocked. Speaking of shocked, a parent could also have some sort of shocking news for you. They could take you a little bit by surprise, and it could potentially alter your plans for the future. 22nd of August, Virgo season starts, so the spotlight is going to be placed very much on relaxing, enjoying life, having fun, and also maybe connecting with loved ones, and kind of like working on those connections if necessary. I like the 27th of August. This is a good day for unexpected, maybe impromptu, I don't know, like social occasions, or going out for dinner, or doing something fun, especially with a loved one, or maybe even, so it doesn't have to be romantic, it could be with a child. You do seem to feel more liberated and freer on this day, because the whole month you might have felt a little bit, how should I put it, kind of like entangled in terms of a relationship with maybe people close to you. You might have felt kind of like caught up and restricted somehow in having to make difficult choices. 20th of August, Mercury goes direct, fantastic. So things are kind of like starting to move forward in terms of, and to function as expected in terms of communication with family members, also with children and so on. However, the 20th of August, Venus opposes Neptune. Someone could disappoint you. It could be a friend. There is a possibility that someone might not show up to, I don't know, let's say you've decided to like go out for dinner together with someone and they might decide to like not show up, and you could be quite disappointed. There is also a possibility that you might be disappointed in someone romantically. Things are not exactly what they appear to be around the 20th of August, romantically speaking. This is also not a good day to like overdo it with the fun, especially if it involves, I don't know, like alcohol or like too much drinking, too much food, because you could actually feel not great physically. And 29th of August until the 23rd of September, Venus transits your 6th house of health and day-to-day work. A very kind of like good time to prioritize these areas, and you're probably going to enjoy really good collaboration with people in this sector. I like the 29th of August also because Venus trines Pluto, so it feels like you could be working with someone very, very well, very successfully, that can help you transform your professional path and your career sector, and that can help you maybe reinvent yourself in this space. It's also a time when you could experience a bit of an aha moment when it comes to how you need to transform your day-to-day habits in order for you to enjoy tip-top health. And that is August, Taurians. My dear Geminis, Gemini suns and Gemini risings, August of 2024, what does it look like for you? Well, Geminis, August is a pretty interesting month. Why do I say pretty interesting? Because on the one hand, it may feel like you are literally on fire. You've got so much energy, so much stamina. You want to get things going. You want to get the job done. You're actually in a rush to get the job done. Mars, planet of action, and the ruler of your 6th house of day-to-day work, is going to be transiting your 1st house of identity and the physical body. So you might literally be kind of like speeding your way through August in order to get things off your plate work-wise. You might also be in charge of leading some sort of activities, projects, maybe for a wider group of people, maybe for an organization, for a community that you're a part of. You might also be in charge, for example, to organize things for your friends, let's say. So you seem to be in action and leadership mode throughout August, Geminis. You're not lacking enthusiasm. You're not lacking energy. That's brilliant. But why do I believe that it can be a pretty kind of like mixed bag kind of month? Because of a few things, actually. Mercury is going to be retrograde. That's the first thing. So Mercury, which is your chart ruler, it's going to be retrograde from the 5th of August all the way until the 28th. Initially, it's going to be retrograde in Virgo in your 4th house of home from the 5th of August until the 15th. So things might not necessarily go as planned in the home space, maybe in terms of communication with family members. Things could break down possibly at home. I'm thinking especially of like tech, gadgets, cars, machines of any type. It could also be, for example, appliances around the house that potentially break down. It's also very possible that you might need to go over some home-related projects, maybe revisit them. Maybe you need to repair a few things around the house. Maybe you need to repaint a wall. Maybe you need to, I don't know, like change a light bulb or something like that. Mercury retrograde is also telling me that there is a possibility that someone in the home space maybe needs, it could be a family member, it could be a parent, someone maybe needs extra convincing to be on your side, to get on your side. Then Mercury is going to be retrograde from the 15th of August until the 28th in your 3rd house of daily kind of like trips, day-to-day kind of short distance traveling, interactions with people on a day-to-day basis, especially colleagues, neighbors, siblings. The third house is also the house of sales. It is a house associated with communication, with studies. So from the 15th of August until the 28th, you might need to go over, you might need to, for example, revisit anything that you've been reading, writing, researching, anything that you've had to study. For example, let's say you want to pass an exam, you need to get a certification of some sorts, and Mercury retrograde says, okay, but you have to go over all the study material once again. You have to, maybe if you're looking to present something in an exam type of setup, maybe you have to go over the presentation, maybe you have to tweak it, you have to update it. From the 15th of August until the 28th, there is a very high chance, a very high possibility that you might need to also fix and repair maybe something that is connected. It could be, I don't know, an object that is connected with the way that you communicate. So it could be your laptop, it could be your phone, it could be your smartwatch, I don't know, but it might need to be fixed. Essentially, it might not necessarily work as intended. Also from the 15th of August until the 28th, there could be some issues that you experience in terms of sales, purchases, also in terms of transportation. So let's say you order some things and they don't arrive in time, and you have to like call the delivery company back and forth, and they said, no, we've delivered the products, and you're like, where? So there are potentially going to be some issues that you might need to deal with in this sort of sector when it comes to buying, selling things, when it comes to commercial activities. There's also a possibility with Mercury retrograde that you might need to fix a car, for instance. You might also need to pick back up where you left off, maybe the conversation with an old client, an old colleague, like a neighbor, maybe a sibling. And it does feel like sometimes this could be a little bit irritating for you, especially I want to say around the 14th of August. Also around maybe the 18th of August, maybe a couple of days before and a couple of days after. I'm also not necessarily a massive fan in terms of communication. I'm not a massive fan of the 19th of August either. So you're in a rush. Not everyone else is, and not everyone else is going to understand where you're coming from. So you might need to slow down and take some extra time to explain things to them. And also sometimes it doesn't help to be in a rush because you make mistakes. Because you might be in a rush and, I don't know, like not pay that much attention when you're on the road. God forbid. I'm not saying that anything has to happen, but there is a possibility that you might be a tiny little bit accident prone, especially, I want to say, around the 14th of August, give or take a couple of days before and a couple of days after, when Mars and Jupiter come together in your first house. Mars is all about speed, Jupiter expands everything that it touches. So like, I want to say that your desire and your eagerness for speed and action and getting things done your way could... So all of these energies could get like really exacerbated. And the challenging thing is that Mars conjunct Jupiter is going to square Saturn. So Saturn is the big kind of like wall of 3D limitation. Saturn reminds you that you have to do things in a certain way, you have to play by the rules, that there are restrictions, there are rules, there are structures in place, there are limitations. So you might kind of like... You know when you want to do like a lot of things and you're like, bam, you kind of like bump into a wall, metaphorically speaking. So do slow down. Also metaphorically speaking, my dear Geminis, your propensity for verbal conflict this month is literally through the roof, especially around the 14th of August, give or take a couple of days, a couple of days before and a couple of days after. So you might be, you know, like really keen to kind of like step into this sort of like debate where you're looking to defend your position, you're looking to defend your belief system, you're looking to defend your values. You might be also defending, I don't know, like a friend or like a significant other. And especially around the 14th of August, your eagerness and your kind of like loud voice when it comes to standing up for something that you believe in is probably not going to be received very well by someone in a position of power, someone in a position of authority. For example, It could be frowned upon by a boss. It could also be frowned upon by a parent or by a mentor or by someone who has some sort of legal authority in your life. You could also be very frustrated, I want to say, around the 14th of August, maybe also a couple of days before and a couple of days after, that this sort of like external authority is limiting you. It's restricting you from like growing and expanding at the speed that you want to expand, including in a professional environment. And as a result, you may actually decide that you want to free yourself of the power and the influence that this person has over you. Relationships with bosses, with those in power, career-wise, are really challenging around the 14th of August. Now, my big recommendation, however, would be with Mercury retrograde to maybe not take any sort of like rash decisions this month, and at least until Mercury is out of retrograde. So probably like from the 28th of August onwards, you can take a bit of a step back and really reevaluate where you stand, what your position is, whether you really want to quit your job, for instance, whether you're done with this company, with this boss, with whoever's been getting in your way. The entire month, Jupiter is squaring Saturn in your house of career, so you are in a very kind of like enthusiastic period of growth and expansion, and you're brimming with ideas and with energy, and you're enthusiastic, and you want to like take leaps of faith, including in the professional space. And it feels like there's someone or there's something, there's like limitations and restrictions also in your professional space. They're not allowing you to grow at the pace that you would like to grow. It also feels like maybe there is responsibilities and duties that you have in the professional sector that you need to take into account before you just like try out a bunch of like new things and experiment and learn something new. So this is a very good month to kind of find a balance between growth and expansion and doing your duty in the world. Not just career-wise, but also doing your duty maybe towards society, towards parents, doing what is expected of you in terms of the status that you have in the world. Now, what else is going on this month, Geminis? It's an interesting month. It's an active month. 2nd of August, active a couple of days, maybe just one day before and one day after, but you could feel the energy a couple of days before and a couple of days after as well. Venus squares Uranus. I mean, you might have agreed to meet someone and all of a sudden they message you and they say, yeah, I'm not going to be available. I'm not going to show up. And you could be quite disappointed. There is a possibility also that the relationship with a colleague or a cousin or a sibling might be strained. And it could be something that happens quite suddenly. 4th of August, also active 3 days before, 3 days after. We've got a new one in your 3rd house, sextiling Jupiter and Mars. So I feel like this could be a fresh start for you to maybe start focusing on learning something new. You could start maybe developing yourselves in a new direction, Geminis, especially from an educational perspective. You could also start maybe some sort of like new writing or research project. Maybe also a new project that involves speaking, communicating, but also possibly like buying and selling, I'd say. You do seem to feel very enthusiastic. It could be quite fun. You're really invested in this. You believe in it. I like it. Some of you could be purchasing a new car. It's not a bad idea to purchase a new car actually before the retrograde. Or to purchase maybe like a new mode of transportation. And the retrograde starts on the 5th of August. But after the 5th of August, you know me, I'm just going to tell you, listen, 5th of August until the 28th, my recommendation is to not purchase new things for the house or new cars or new bikes or new modes of transportation. That's just my recommendation. Obviously, you can do as you please, but here I am doing my internet mom / astrologer duty. 8th of August, Mercury conjunct Venus. I'm looking at Mercury conjunct Venus, and I feel like you could maybe like bump into someone. There is a possibility that you could bump into someone, maybe someone who you haven't seen in a long time. Maybe you are, I don't know, like inviting them to your to your home. There is a possibility. Give me 1 second just to check something that's also happening on the same day. So here we are. 8th of August. Yes. Geminis, I feel like here you could also maybe revisit, I want to say, an issue that you've been experiencing at home, maybe in the relationship with a family member, maybe in the relationship with, I don't know, like someone who you consider as your family. I feel like you can revisit an issue and you can work on it, you can improve it, you can fix it, you can find a solution of some sorts. Now, I did forget to mention one thing, Geminis, that from the 5th of August all the way until the 29th, Venus transits your fourth house of home, family, and living situation. And this is generally a good time to work on relationships with family members, to maybe reconnect with family members, to host them at home, to maybe be of service to family members in some shape or form, help them in a practical, tangible way. It's also a good time from the 5th of August until the 29th to maybe revisit what your home looks like from an aesthetic perspective and ask yourselves, do I need to improve something? Do I need to fix something? Do I need to, as I said, like repaint a wall, or like change like the light bulbs, or just kind of like make these small tweaks that would make a big difference, because Virgo is all about like small tweaks that make a big difference. 19th of August. This is probably my least favorite astrological event of the month. Active 3 days before, 3 days after. There's going to be a full moon activating your 3rd house, 9th house axis. The full moon is happening in Aquarius in your 9th house, and it is squaring Uranus. So what's going on here? Now, I do believe that this could be a time when something could happen when it comes to like traveling, transportation, maybe also education, something quite unexpected, surprising, possibly even shocking. For example, there's a possibility that if you're looking to travel, a flight might get canceled, or you might need to postpone the trip altogether. My recommendation is to get insurance in case you are traveling around the 19th of August. There's also a possibility that you might be getting news that you did not see coming from a legal entity, so from, I don't know, a court of law, and it feels like you might need to take this into your stride. It does feel disappointing. It does feel out of the blue in some shape or form. It also feels like a relationship is very strongly challenged and tested, possibly with a colleague, maybe with a sibling, maybe with a neighbor. I do expect disruption in terms of a relationship with one of these people. It also feels like you might need to tread very carefully in the workspace around this time, because maybe what seems like a very, I don't know, like casual conversation could turn into a full-blown complaint from someone in the workspace who feels very attacked or insulted because of something that you have said. Let's say, if you are waiting for results coming from, I don't know, the educational or the academic space, they might not be exactly what you wanted or what you expected them to be. So if you were looking to pass an exam, there is a possibility that you might need to retake it. Unexpected travels is also potentially a theme. You might need to travel at short notice, maybe to deal with something concerning a parent, or to deal with something that has to do with your work, my dear Geminis. 22nd of August, Sun enters Virgo for the next month, so the spotlight is going to be placed on home, family, and your private life. I do like the 27th of August, Venus trines Uranus. It feels like you are getting this sort of like sense of relief at home, and it feels like someone is maybe helping you get rid of something at home that is no longer useful, that is no longer maybe serving you. It is a good time also maybe to host someone at home. You could have like an unexpected guest at home, and I dare say that it's probably going to be a very enjoyable experience, even if you did not see this coming. 28th of August, Mercury goes direct, woohoo! But also Venus opposes Neptune, so I feel like the relationship with either a parent or a boss or a figure of authority is very confusing and possibly even disappointing. You might feel hurt, they might feel hurt, they might be very ambiguous, you might feel frustrated as a result. It also feels like maybe you would love to prioritize your home life and your family life around this time, but alas, your career kind of like duty calls, let's say, and it could possibly get in the way. So for example, you might need to, I don't know, cut short a family dinner because you have to work on something. 29th of August, Venus goes into Libra until the 23rd of September. A beautiful time, my dear Geminis, to have fun, connect with romantic partners, do the activities that you enjoy doing, whilst kind of like sharing the experience with someone else. It could be a romantic partner, it could be a friend. It doesn't matter who it is, as long as it's kind of like about, as long as it prioritizes sharing, let's say, I think you're good. And I like the 29th of August because Venus trines Pluto. It does feel like you could have a very kind of like intense romantic experience around this time that really makes you feel like the connection with this person is very powerful, very potent, very meaningful, and could also be very transformative when it comes to your worldview, your belief system, and the way that you find meaning in life in general. Cancerians, Cancer suns and Cancer risings, like yours truly here. I am a Cancer rising, in case anyone was wondering. I mean, I know a lot of people are here, have been here for a long time, but alas, I know we also get new people joining the Astro family every day, so Cancer rising here. Cancerians, what's going on? What is going on? Mercury is retrograde this month. Alas, again. I had a client the other day and we were talking about Mercury retrograde, and he was telling me, when is Mercury not retrograde? And the truth is, Mercury is not retrograde for most of the year, but it does go retrograde 3 times a year, quite often. And it's just the time when we need to slow down a little bit and we need to revisit things. We can't always be moving forward, right? We can't always be like straight path A to B like an arrow. Sometimes you have to like revisit things. Sometimes you have to reconnect with people. Sometimes you have to repair things. You have to rewrite things. You have to reread things. So Mercury retrograde is all about redoing things, right? Mercury is going to be retrograde from the 5th of August until the 28th. From the 5th of August until the 15th, it's going to be retrograde in your 3rd house. So you might need to repair your car, for example. You might need to reread some old, I don't know, like educational material, go over like old classes, courses, and make sure that you're up to speed with the information, that it's kind of like very fresh in your mind, Cancerians. A Mercury retrograde is also a good idea, especially from the 5th of August until the 15th of August. Throughout this period, it is a good idea to maybe also fix any sort of tech, gadgets, machinery that you use for communication. So for example, your laptop, I don't know, your phone, your smartwatch. It is a good idea to do this. It's also a good idea to maybe reconnect with an old colleague, maybe also to sit down and like talk about life with a sibling if you have siblings. I would not necessarily purchase anything from the 5th of August until the 28th of August that is connected with transportation or anything that is connected with communication. So I would not necessarily buy a new phone throughout this period. Also, I would be careful with purchases in general, just because Mercury does rule your 3rd house, so you might need to return things. Mercury can give us headaches sometimes because it feels like we have to do things all over again. It is, however, as I said, a good time to reconnect with people from the past and to revisit things from the past. From the 15th of August until the 28th, Mercury is retrograde in your 2nd house of income. So things might slow down a little bit financially. If you were waiting to get paid, there could be some delays in terms of you getting paid. There is a possibility that you might experience some miscommunication around money here. So you might be charged the incorrect amount. So make sure that you check the bill when you pay at the restaurant. Make sure that you check your bank statements. Make sure that you're not paying for things twice. For instance, if you didn't get a refund in time, Mercury retrograde is also a great time to like call the company and say, where is my refund? So that is a good way to use this retrograde. There is a possibility that you might hear back from people who you've worked with in the past, and let's say an old source of income could come back into your life from the 15th of August until the 28th. So that's again a nice kind of side effect of Mercury retrograde. What else is going on this month? I'm like, what should I start with? There's a lot going on this month. It can be a little bit of a chaotic month. I'm not going to lie to you, Cancerians. Why? Especially when it comes to things getting lost in translation and miscommunication and maybe bits and pieces of information not being where they should be, mistakes when it comes to documents, typos, and things like that. Mercury retrograde is going to rule over a lot of the planets in the sky this month. It's going to rule over Mars in Gemini, Jupiter in Gemini, Venus in Virgo, and the Sun in Virgo. So all of these planets for most of the month are going to think of Mercury as the manager. They're going to report into Mercury. And because Mercury is retrograde and things are not moving forward during the retrograde and we have to like go backwards, and Mercury retrograde can also be the trickster a little bit, all of these other planets are going to be kind of like trying to find their feet and potentially struggling at times. So just so you know, my lovely Cancerians. For most of the month, Jupiter squares Saturn. Jupiter in the 12th house squaring Saturn in the 9th house. I dare say that you could be struggling a little bit, Cancerians, this month with your faith, with your belief system, and with a sense of meaning in life. You could also be struggling with a sense of meaning or lack of it, with a feeling maybe that things are not as meaningful as they used to be when it comes to your work. That is a possibility. And also when it comes to interactions with others, you could also feel that potentially you're not on the same wavelength when it comes to mentality and belief system and life philosophy. You're not on the same wavelength maybe with your significant other or with a business partner or with someone that you kind of like work with one-to-one. Your belief could be tested. Your belief system could be tested this month, Cancerians. It is a good time to also take a bit of a step back and ask yourselves, are certain beliefs serving me, or am I being rigid just for the sake of being rigid? And maybe it is time to like let go of them. Also, it is a good time to revisit in August, Cancerians, even if you don't act on it straight away. I want to say to revisit certain work relationships. Do you want to work with all the people that you're working with right now? I'm not saying cut them off straight away. As I said, it is a good time for reevaluation because Mercury is going to be retrograde, but you might realize that you are no longer enjoying the collaboration with certain people. Maybe you're no longer enjoying working with certain clients. Maybe you're no longer enjoying the team that you're part of. And it's okay to feel like that. It's okay for something to have been fulfilling in the past, and at the same time for it not to be fulfilling anymore, let's say. And there is a possibility that you might experience potentially, I want to say, especially maybe from like the 12th until the 22nd, you might experience some changes in terms of your plans to travel. Cancerians, that is a possibility. Maybe work requires you to be a little bit more flexible. Maybe work brings some things onto your plate that you did not see coming, and you're like, okay, I guess I need to fly later. So that is a possibility. Now, Mars and Jupiter are going to come together in Gemini in your 12th house. 14th of August, the energy is going to be active also a couple of days before and a couple of days after. And they are going to square Saturn. So I am seeing here potentially some sort of an attack. And I know this sounds super dramatic, but bear with me. Some sort of an attack behind your back, maybe in the workspace. That is a possibility. Someone maybe who you trusted and someone who you've maybe built a relationship with is maybe talking things behind your back. Maybe they're gossiping. Maybe they are like throwing mud at you behind your back. And I do believe that this person or let's say this attack could be negatively impacting maybe your sense of security and stability in the workspace. I dare say. There is also a possibility that you could be taken by surprise by some of the things that have been happening in the workspace. without you knowing about them. Maybe there's been like all sorts of like moves, all sorts of conversations, and possibly you hear about them around the 14th of August, a couple of days before maybe, and also a couple of days after, and you are quite disappointed, and that determines you to like really question your existing maybe connection with certain people in the workspace, who you trust, who you shouldn't trust. You could feel excluded. That is very much a possibility. I dare say. There's also a possibility that you might be very driven and motivated around the 14th of August, give or take a couple of days before, a couple of days after, to just kind of like do the things that you like, that you enjoy, that you have fun doing. And it could feel like, I don't know, it could feel like you're having some sort of like moral qualms around them. Maybe you just want to like let your hair down and like not care about, I don't know, like certain like people and certain work relationships, and you just want to chill and, as I said, like relax, have a good time. But at the same time, you're feeling this sense of like duty towards someone else, and this seems to be interfering with you having a good time. I do want to flag that Jupiter is also the ruler of your 6th house of health. With Mars conjunct Jupiter, I mean, do slow down, especially when it comes to overdoing things, because there is a possibility that your health could suffer around the 14th of August. Maybe it is a good time to take some time off. Slow down also maybe when it comes to working out, maybe when it comes to the gym. You just need to potentially take it easy so that you don't experience some sort of an external blocker saying you just need to sleep and rest right now. It also feels like you need to potentially, around the 14th of August, a couple of days before, a couple of days after, maybe slow down with some of the work that you've been doing behind the scenes. You've been working on something behind the scenes that you haven't been revealing to the outside world. The astrology says, okay, take a step back, revisit, restructure, be pragmatic, be realistic. You can't do everything in a day. Mars, Jupiter is kind of like loads of enthusiasm, right? Especially when it comes to intellectual matters, when it comes to conversations, communication, curiosity. And Saturn comes in and says, hold your horses. Slow down. Consider your duties and responsibilities. Consider the structures and the systems that you need to kind of like adhere to and play by. So just saying, just saying, folks. Now, let me take a bit of a step back and take you through some of the most important dates of August, Cancerians. I did walk you through some of the most important transits of the month. 2nd of August, give or take, day before, day after, Venus squares Uranus, some sort of like disruptive event, possibly in the life of a friend. Maybe there could be some disruptive news. A friend could also maybe at the very last minute potentially cancel their plans that they had with you. It feels like a relationship with a friend could be going through some sort of a disruptive kind of like moment. 4th of August, active 3 days before, 3 days after, new one in the 2nd house, sextiling Jupiter and Mars. I like this. I feel like this could bring you a new source of income, Cancerians. I feel like you could also approach money and finances in a novel way. You could be feeling very driven and motivated to make more money, to increase your income, and you could start working maybe on something behind the scenes. There is this sort of like energy of like things happening in private for you. You could also be starting to make some new moves financially. So maybe to like budget in a new way, to save in a new way, to invest in a new way around this time. It is a good time to revisit money and expenses and where your resources go, and really ask yourselves, Cancerians, do I need to cut some things off the expenses list so that I can maybe allocate money to something else? Because there is a chance that this could actually be the case. Now, 5th of August, all the way until the 29th, Venus transits Virgo in your 3rd house. I feel like this kind of like sweetens the deal a little bit with the Mercury retrograde. So Venus transiting the 3rd house generally makes relationships with siblings, cousins, neighbors, colleagues a lot smoother, a lot more enjoyable. You can probably like work on things together. You can help them. They can help you in practical ways. It also makes your kind of like your speech and your style of communication maybe a lot more tactful, my dear Cancerians. And generally you are likely to enjoy any sort of activities throughout this period that involve communication, presenting things, reading things, talking about things. So I like this transit from this perspective. 8th of August, Mercury conjuncts Venus, a good time to find a solution to an old problem. Also great time to maybe reconnect with someone who you've worked with in the past, but also maybe to reconnect with an old friend or with a sibling. 19th of August, I don't really like it. It's a full moon that is kind of like not my favorite of this year. 19th of August, active 3 days before, 3 days after, full moon activating your financial axis, squaring Uranus. I feel like there could be some sort of like disruptive events, disruptive energy unfolding in your financial sector, my dear Cancerians. And as a result, maybe you have like an out of the blue expense. Maybe all of a sudden you notice that, I don't know, like prices have gone up on something, and or maybe you notice that, I don't know, you just have like a much higher tax bill than you thought you would have, and as a result, you might need to alter your plans. You might need to change some of the plans for the future. There's also a possibility that you could experience some sort of a crisis in a friendship. In the friendship sector, it could feel maybe like someone has hidden something from you, they have not revealed something to you, and maybe you become aware of the secret, you become aware of whatever they've been keeping from you, and you are not pleased. On the absolute contrary, and I don't believe you want to talk about it, and I do believe you're quite disappointed also from like a, I don't know, from like a philosophical perspective, let's say, Cancerians. So you do not seem to be impressed. There's also a possibility that a friend could be going through some sort of a dramatic, I don't know, like event financially, I dare say. At the same time, there's also a possibility that if you're in a relationship, if you're in a partnership, that your partner could be experiencing some disruption in their financial sector. So maybe, I don't know, they lose a client or something like that, and as a result, you need to once again change your plans for the future. Maybe plans involving traveling, for instance, or plans connected to education, for example. Make sure that you talk, make sure that you lay out all the cards on the table, because Mercury is also retrograde. There could be mistakes, there could be misunderstandings, so that's just my recommendation. 22nd of August, Sun enters Virgo, so the spotlight is going to be placed for the next month once again on, I dare say, communication, education, short distance traveling, lots of kind of like comings and goings. I like the 27th of August because it feels like you could find some sort of like an exciting solution to a problem connected with your future, or something kind of like really exciting that helps you accomplish maybe a very courageous goal for the future. It's also a good time to go out, to connect with friends, to do something social, to like be surrounded by your peers, and I don't know, go to a concert or go to like a conference, whatever it is. It's a good time for socialization. You could be feeling quite inspired. You could be feeling like this sort of like fresh surge of energy as a result. 28th of August, Mercury goes direct. Woohoo! But Venus opposes Neptune. On the 28th of August, I feel like you could be really kind of like confused maybe by the communication with an in-law, with maybe a friend, but also maybe with a sibling or a colleague. You could also potentially experience some sense of disappointment when it comes to something that has to do with education, I dare say. You could also be feeling hurt by someone who says something that kind of like strikes a sensitive nerve in your body. 29th of August, Venus goes into Libra in your 4th house of home until the 23rd of September. I love this period, my lovely Cancerians. Go home, spend time with family. I don't know, like if you've been having a hard time with family members, it's great to like hash it out. It's a great transit to hash it out. It's a great transit to like welcome people in your home, welcome family into your home. It's also a great time to like enjoy the coziness of your home. I like the 29th of August also because Venus trines Pluto. So it feels like the relationship with a family member could go through a very beautiful, powerful, intense transformation for the better. This could also be the time maybe when you receive some sort of a gift from a family member, or you decide to gift something to them, and really it seems to make a huge difference in their life, I'd say, for the better. And that is August for you, Cancerians. My dear Leos, Leo suns and Leo risings. What is going on in August? Lovely Leos. So much is going on in the sky. Let me start off with probably the most important transit of the month, Mercury retrograde. In case you missed it, Mercury is going to go retrograde, Leos, from the 5th of August all the way until the 20th of August. The retrograde is going to start in your second house of income from the 5th of August all the way until the 15th of August. So here is where you may experience potentially some delays, some miscommunications when it comes to money, when it comes to getting paid, when it comes to budgeting. It is a good time. It is a very good period, Mercury retrograde, in general for you Leos, because Mercury rules your second house of income, to revisit your budget, to revisit where your money goes, to revisit expenses, to maybe revisit whether your expenses are aligned with what is truly valuable and important to you. This is, however, also a very good time, Leos, especially from the 5th of August until the 15th, to maybe reconnect with people that you've worked with in the past and possibly to work with them again, to collaborate with them again. There is a chance that kind of like the past is coming back to the present when it comes to money and sources of income. Mercury from the 15th of August until the 28th is going to be retrograde in your first house. So this is where it feels like you might potentially need to revisit your own plans for the future, also your own goals and targets and objectives. It is a good idea to maybe reach out to old friends. It is a good idea to reach out to maybe old connections, let's say, throughout this period. I do want to flag that with Mercury retrograde in your first house, sometimes, especially from the 15th of August until the 28th, it could feel like people don't really get what you're trying to say. So maybe it feels a little bit harder to find your words. Maybe it feels like the message that you're trying to send through doesn't really come across in the way that you want it to land. So I would just make sure, especially in your communication with friends, with peers, and in communication about in any sort of like communication and conversation about money, that the other person has really understood where you stand and has really understood your point. And yeah, sometimes you might just need to over-explain. I'm generally not a big fan of over-explaining, but in this case, I think it's probably like a wise idea, because you're doing it from like for functional reasons, let's say, and for practical reasons, Leos. Now, what else is going on? For most of the month, but especially you're going to feel this in the second half of August, Leos, Jupiter squares Saturn. Dun, 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 dun. So, I feel like you could be experiencing some challenges in terms of your relationship with certain friends. You could also be experiencing maybe a feeling of doubt as to whether you and a friend are still aligned in terms of worldviews, in terms of belief systems, in terms of maybe moral code. There is a possibility that you could also be experiencing some frustration when it comes to cash flow, especially if you are in cahoots, let's say, especially if your money is in some shape or form entangled with someone else's money. So let's say you have a business partner and I don't know, they promised that they would bring a certain amount of money into the business, and now they're dragging their feet, or they're saying, no, you have to wait, and you're experiencing these delays, and it's super frustrating because you have these big plans for the future. There's a possibility that you might need to alter some of the big plans for the future that you had made because of some financial restrictions, not necessarily connected with your finances, but possibly connected with someone else's finances. As I said, it could be the finances of a partner, a business partner, someone who has a say, or someone who is in some shape or form kind of like involved with you financially. I feel like you could also struggle a little bit in communication, maybe with a partner. It could be a business partner, but it could be your life partner. They seem to be a little bit more on the pessimistic side this month, and you seem to be kind of like talking all of these, like talking the big talk, and coming from a place of positivity and optimism when it comes to the future. And sometimes it could feel frustrating that you're not on the same kind of like wavelength, and they could feel also a little bit upset, the other person, because you're not taking into account their needs or their feelings or their emotions or what they're going through. I do recommend maybe taking a little bit more of a conservative approach this month when it comes to investments and gambling in general. Because Jupiter is also the ruler of your 5th house, and the 5th house loves a gamble. And Saturn comes in and says, you know what, you've gambled on this, but it's not paying off in the way that you expected it to pay off. So if something seems too good to be true, then it probably is. And also, if you're excited about an investment opportunity, I'm not saying don't do it, but I am saying, of course, this is not financial advice. You're free to do with your money whatever you please. But what I am saying is maybe be a little bit pragmatic, be a little bit more kind of like realistic, let's say. It also feels like you could be experiencing some sort of like challenge in a relationship, Leos, and you're trying to address this from a logical standpoint, but it's probably not going to work. So you might need to address this from like a place of empathy and emotional intelligence rather than trying to like reason with the other person. And this seems to be quite a big theme for you, Leos, especially in the second half of the month. Mars and Jupiter are coming together in Gemini. The conjunction is exact on the 14th of August, but you're probably going to feel it also a couple of days before and a couple of days after. And the conjunction is going to square Saturn. Oh God. Okay, so Leos, Mars for you rules your 9th house and your 4th house. Jupiter rules your 5th and your 8th. What is going on? So I feel like here you might experience some sort of a big fight. It's possible. Verbal, not necessarily physical. Verbal, big kind of like fight, big conflict in a group type of setup. You could be experiencing this conflict in a group type of setup. Maybe because you feel triggered, because someone has kind of like attacked, maybe with words, someone who you really love. You could also feel triggered because it feels like your life philosophy and your belief system is under attack around this time. It feels like you're having this sort of like big, I don't know, like, yeah, big fight, big conflict, and people are watching. The world is watching. You seem to have an audience. At the same time, you could also be feeling like super passionate about delivering a message to a great audience in a great kind of like public setup to this sort of like community. And you could be talking a very big talk, but actually it's not very aligned with the pragmatic reality of the situation that you're talking about. And be very careful not to overpromise something to people around this time. Because again, you're kind of like tempted to inflate your words and to make big promises, especially when it comes to the future. But the reality is that you might be quite restricted financially, or you might be quite restricted because you're not alone in delivering these promises. You have to take into account someone else's input. You have to take into account maybe the input of a partner, a business partner, a life partner. And the other person doesn't really seem to be fully aligned with you and on your side and invested in these sort of like big plans for the future. There is a possibility that you could also have a big fight, a public fight, verbally again. I feel the need to like emphasize this because something maybe has happened to your kid. Maybe someone has spoken ill of them. Maybe someone's been gossiping about them, especially if you have children. So I'm not saying about like something physical happening to your child, my lovely Leos, but it could be something that was said about them. Someone might have bullied them, God forbid, and you might make this sort of like big, for good reason, you might make a big deal out of it. Make sure that your partner is also on the same page with you, on the same wavelength, because they might have preferred to kind of like deal with the matter in a more quiet and a more reserved way, let's say. There is a possibility that you might decide also around the 14th of August, give or take a couple of days before and a couple of days after, to sever ties with a friend or with a community that you've been a part of for quite some time, actually. You might be in a rush to do this. My recommendation would be to remember that Mercury is retrograde. So if you are looking to sever ties and have a big fight and like say goodbye to this community or to this friend, make sure that you don't regret it after Mercury is out of retrograde. Make sure that you've got your facts right. Make sure that you're not jumping to conclusions, because there can be a tendency to like jump to conclusions with Mars conjunct Jupiter in Gemini. So Don't say I didn't warn you about it. Now, these are, again, some of the most important transits of the month, Leo. Let me go back to the beginning of the month and take you through the most important dates in addition to what I've already flagged. 2nd of August, Venus squares Uranus. It feels like, also the day before, the day after, the relationship that you have with a parent or a figure of authority is being challenged. They are being very stubborn. You want to be accommodating, but it feels like you're butting heads. And it also feels like maybe you need a little bit of a break from each other, let's say. 4th of August, active 3 days before, 3 days after, there's a beautiful new moon happening in your first house, sextiling Jupiter and Mars. I feel like this is an exciting fresh start for you, Leos, on a personal level. You might set new big goals, big intentions for the future, connected with what makes you happy, connected with your physical body, connected with your life direction, connected with your home life. I feel like you are super enthusiastic about stepping into a new chapter and you're ready to take action and you've got good people on your side. You might also be relying on certain friends, maybe on certain people who have voiced their support, let's say. So I am liking this time for you to set new intentions when it comes to the future. But remember that from the 5th of August, Mercury goes retrograde. So you could experience a bit of a delayed start. 5th of August all the way until the 29th, Venus transits Virgo in your 2nd house. This is actually a good time, a good period to attract more money. Especially from people from the past, maybe people who you've worked with. It's also a time when you're likely maybe to spend money on beautiful things, on relationships, on what brings pleasure. Venus for you, my dear Leos, is also the ruler of your 3rd house and of your 10th house. So you might invest into education. You might invest also into whatever kind of like improves your status and your kind of like public standing and your public image, I'd say, throughout this period. And you're likely to feel quite appreciated in terms of your talents and resources throughout this period, Leos. Mercury is going to conjunct Venus on the 8th of August, so you might hear news from someone from the past who can maybe bring more like cash flow into your, I don't know, I think I'm inventing expressions. We can basically bring more money into your life. So it could be someone who you've worked with in the past, an old client saying, I've got just the job for you. 18th of August, Mercury squares Uranus. Really frustrating, disruptive communication at work on this day. I feel like everyone's quite radical in their opinions and in the way that they express things. 19th of August is a full moon that I'm not a big fan of, just as an FYI. Full moon in Aquarius, active 3 days before, 3 days after, activating your house of relationships, squaring Uranus in your 10th house of career, public status, and public reputation. Saturn is in the 8th house, so basically it feels like your partner, if you are in a relationship, could be going through a full-blown crisis. What do I mean by that? So they could be experiencing some sort of massive disruption in their career. Maybe, I don't know, the company is about to close or the company's been sold. They might hear news of like, I don't know, redundancy. So it does feel quite significant, I dare say. And you know, I realize people are going to say, oh, this is such a negative read. Really, I'm just reading the astrology. It is a very disruptive full moon. Take it or leave it. If you ask me, there's probably going to be some financial trouble for a partner around this time. There could also be some sort of crisis for a parent-in-law. For those of you who have parents-in-law, maybe that is going to cost quite a bit. So you might need to prepare some cash to like handle this crisis. There is a possibility that some of you who are in a relationship might revisit the relationship. I dare say that there could be some fundamental kind of like issues that you're not in alignment on. You might decide to like take a break. You might decide to take some space from each other. A relationship is definitely challenged. There's also a very strong possibility, Leos, that an existing work relationship can fall apart very possibly. And because of money, because you're not on the same page when it comes to money and approach to expenses. The key word is disruption here. I'd say. Now, 22nd of August, for the next month, the sun transits Virgo in your second house, so the spotlight is going to be placed on money, finances, values, and what is really important to you, including your sense of security and stability. I like the 27th of August because there could be good news and like really good partnerships and collaborations in the workspace, maybe quite surprisingly so. An unexpected opportunity in the workspace that seems to make you feel very positive and optimistic about your financial life. 28th of August, Mercury goes direct, woohoo, and Venus opposes Neptune. I feel like you could be disappointed with something that you have purchased. Maybe you realize that you've paid a lot of money for something that isn't really that valuable. Careful not to spend a lot of money on something that might seem valuable and beautiful, but in reality, it could be, I don't know, it could be like low quality, let's say. And 29th of August until the 23rd of September, Venus transits Libra in your third house. So this is a time when you're probably really going to enjoy studying, learning, speaking, researching, making presentations, connecting with colleagues, connecting with neighbors, connecting with siblings. It's a great time to potentially consider purchasing a car, to engage in like studies, to take online courses, classes. And on the 29th of August, Venus trines Pluto. It feels like a very important, powerful, impactful conversation that you have with someone can really transform the relationship for the better. So it can kind of like give a reset to the relationship altogether. And it seems to make everyone happy, including you, Leos. And that is August. Now, Virgos, Virgo suns and Virgo risings. What's going on? What is going on, Virgos, in the month of August? Well. What can I say other than Mercury is going to be retrograde? Mercury, your chart ruler, is going to be retrograde. Mercury also rules your 10th house of career. So from the 5th of August until the 28th of August, Virgos, I dare say it would be wise to maybe expect things to slow down, maybe even to grind to a halt when it comes to progress professionally. You might also need to revisit your career goals, to revisit projects that you've been working on professionally, especially those who are kind of like exposed to a very wide audience. There is a possibility that you may reconnect with a lot of people from the past, maybe who you've worked with, who have been impactful and influential for you professionally. It feels like you have to maybe revisit a lot of like projects from the past professionally and maybe like tweak them, edit them, repair them, fix them. I don't know, like redo the description, rerun the reports, whatever that involves. It feels like there's a lot of rework done this month, my dear Virgos. I would also not be in a rush this month to make any sort of like major, massive, drastic changes career-wise. You do seem to be in a rush, I will say, to sink your teeth into maybe like new opportunities, to say yes to new exciting kind of like professional paths, to maybe take a leap of faith and like start working in a new field, in a new sector. So there is a possibility that you could actually be in a rush this month to do all of that. My recommendation is to take things slow and steady, especially during the retrograde, and maybe make a list, very Virgo fashion, of the pros and cons. Maybe make sure that you negotiate things properly. Maybe make sure that you investigate, let's say you've received a job offer. Make sure that you investigate very, very closely the company that you're going to work for. Make sure that you've done as I said, your homework and the due diligence, because you don't want to say yes to something and then experience all sorts of like things popping up that could have been on your radar, that you could have been aware of if you just spent a little bit of extra time digging through the information. There is a possibility that communication with bosses, figures of authority, but also your mom, may be a little bit challenged this month, Virgos. Why? Because you might feel like bosses, managers, and potentially even your mom, you may feel like they're being very forceful in their speech and in their way of communicating, and you're not exactly on the same. You're not on the same page, so you could feel like they are kind of like pushing you about. Let's say a little bit, and that might give you that might make you feel a tiny little bit anxious. Make sure that you ask them to slow down. And also make sure that you remind them that there is no rush in general. This month, it's so interesting because Mars in Gemini is very much in a rush, and Mercury is saying, no, 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 don't be in a rush because you're going to be really frustrated if you try to do things really quickly. Mistakes can be made in the workspace, especially when it comes to communication, when it comes to presentations, facts, data, numbers, typos in documents. Mistakes can be made, especially from the 5th until the 20th of August. So make sure that if you do have, like, I don't know, this big presentation throughout this period to one of your most important clients, make sure that you have double checked your facts, make sure that you do have the correct numbers so that you save yourselves from a lot of headaches, Virgos. Now, Mars-Jupiter is gonna... So this conjunction is probably another very, very, very important event of the month. Mars, Jupiter, they're going to come together in your house of career, public status, and public reputation. 14th of August, but you're going to feel the energy also the couple of days before and the couple of days after. And the conjunction is going to square Saturn. Oh, God. Okay, so... On the one hand, okay, let me say this. On the one hand, Mars coming together with Jupiter gives you a lot of courage in the career space to do like really exciting things, to take a leap of faith, to learn new things, to move forward at speed professionally, maybe to move forward in a new exciting direction professionally. That involves a lot of learning, maybe that involves working with new people, that involves communicating with people in novel ways, that involves maybe forming new relationships. So Mars gives you kind of like energy and action and courage to grow professionally this month, Virgos. Mars also wants to be in charge, so you might feel very much like you want to be the leader, like you want to be at the center of things, like you want to dictate where things are headed this month, professionally, Virgos. But Mars and Jupiter are going to square Saturn in your 7th house of relationships. So your enthusiasm in the career space, your speed, your courage, your boldness, your kind of like high level of daring, they're probably not going to be appreciated by everyone. On the contrary, there is a possibility that it could be, the enthusiasm and the boldness could be misinterpreted by certain people that you work with. There is a possibility, for example, if you're in a relationship, that your significant other, that your partner might say, whoa, slow down, hold your horses. Why are you doing 100 things at the same time? Why are you trying to like, I don't know, like move at like 300 miles an hour? And you could actually take that very much to heart, and you could feel like maybe they're being unsupportive. But I dare say that they're probably being a tiny little bit more conservative than you are. You could be genuinely rushing through things, Virgos. Also very careful, because you might try to like kind of like convince people of your opinions and of your beliefs and of your position verbally in the workspace, especially around the 14th of August, give or take 2 days before, 2 days after. And you might kind of like talk this big talk, and actually it doesn't seem to be very persuasive with the people who you're trying to convince. On the contrary, those who are maybe a little bit more conservative, more traditional in their values and their approach, they might really kind of like lift their eyebrows and say, nope, that's not going to cut it for us. That is not aligned with our needs. That is not aligned with what works for us. It could actually even be quite triggering for them. So careful not to alienate certain people. Once again, there does seem to be like a strong possibility, a strong energy of like conflict in the workspace around you wanting to move like quickly and rapidly and do things in a big manner, and then you bump into maybe people that you're working with. It could be colleagues, it could be clients, and they say, no, we need to slow down. This is too much, too quick, too soon, and the potential for frustration is really, really, really significant around the 14th of August. I think there's value in slowing down. I think there's value in also understanding where other people are coming from. I think there's value in like not trying to do too much, too quickly, too soon, Virgos. Are you probably going to be annoyed? Probably. I want to say that this is very likely going to be the case. Now, what else is going on this month? Venus. Planet of beauty, love, value, appreciation. Venus is going to be transiting your 1st house of identity and the physical body from the 5th of August until the 28th. Now, I like this because you're probably going to feel much more valued, much more appreciated. You're probably going to feel kind of like better in your own skin. You're probably going to learn to like really see your worth a lot better throughout this period. It does feel like you attract a lot towards you throughout this period. Like you don't have to make a lot of effort. You could attract more money. You could attract gifts. You could attract, I don't know, like a new trip. And you could also attract love and more romance into your life, especially if you are single, my dear Virgos. It is a good time to maybe invest more into your looks, into kind of like how you show up in the world from an aesthetic perspective throughout this period. But I also wouldn't make any sort of like big, massive changes looks-wise because Mercury is retrograde and Mercury is your chart ruler. So if you ask me, Virgos, if you want to go back to like an old look, I mean, that's not a bad idea. But I wouldn't necessarily try out something like new altogether. Maybe something that you know works, right? That's just my recommendation. Mercury is also going to be retrograde in your 12th house from the 15th of August until the 28th. So you might have kind of like second thoughts about your looks and about like how you show up in the world and about your appearance. Also from the 15th of August until the 28th, there could be some old, maybe like intrusive thoughts that generate anxiety that kind of like come back to your attention. Examine them, but also don't believe everything that your mind tells you because our thoughts and our opinions are not facts in many cases. Our brain is trying to help us survive, right? So that's why it generally goes to the worst case scenario. And it makes assumptions based off of the past, but there's nothing to say that just because something happened in the past, it's going to happen again in the exact same way. Unless we obviously like emphasize it and like give it a lot of like, feed it a lot of attention and like really like obsess over it. And then, yeah, we're probably going to attract it in our life once again. So once again, Venus transiting Virgo, look after yourselves, like buy something nice, go to the spa, invest in your health, invest in some self-care, go on dates because it's generally a good time to do this. 29th of August until the 23rd of September, Venus is going to transit Libra in your second house. I do believe that this is going to attract more money into your life. You're probably going to feel much more comfortable, much more stable financially. It is a time when you feel very valued for what you bring to the table. And I like the 29th of August because Venus trines Pluto. So it feels like this is a very important day maybe to like reset a relationship in the workspace, or maybe start working with someone very important. It's also a time when you could decide to start directing a significant portion of what you make financially towards your health, towards your well-being, towards improving your health, wellness, and well-being, and it is probably going to pay off drastically, my dear Virgos. Now, let me go back in time. So, I've taken you through some of the most important dates of August. Let me also flag a few more, because there are a few additional things happening in August, Virgos. 2nd of August, Venus squares Uranus. I mean, I feel like 2nd of August, day before, day after, there could be some disruption when it comes to traveling, if you do have any sort of like travel planned. Also, it could feel like something kind of like shocks you, something that you discover in connection with maybe someone who you thought very highly of, and you, I don't know, like uncover some sort of like a hidden aspect to their life. There is a possibility that you could experience some sort of like disruption in your relationship with a teacher, a mentor, or a guide. 4th of August, active 3 days before, 3 days after, new moon in Leo in your 12th house, sextiling Jupiter and Mars. I feel like now you could be starting to like work on something behind the scenes, my dear Virgos. It could have something to do with your career. So you could start maybe working on some sort of like a project professionally behind the scenes. Maybe you feel like really invested when it comes to growing in a new direction professionally, but at the same time, you're not really revealing all of that to the outside world. So a fresh start that is unfolding behind the scenes. This could also be a fresh start for you, Virgos, when it comes to letting go of old fears and patterns of like self-sabotage that held you back from fulfilling your full potential career-wise. So you might decide to kind of like do a little bit of a cleanup in the drawers of your subconscious and say, you know what, like, what have I been afraid of career-wise? Like, what's been holding me back? And how about I make some conscious decisions not to allow this thing to hold me back any longer. I like the 8th of August, Mercury conjuncts Venus. Let's see what is going on here. I feel like you could have a little bit of an aha moment as to what you really value, what you really appreciate. I feel like this is a very good time to talk, to like share with the world. What is important to you, what brings you pleasure, what truly makes you feel valued and appreciated. Is there a possibility that you could hear it from someone who you've worked with in the past, and maybe they have only like words of appreciation, they have like good feedback for you? That's also a possibility. 18th of August, Mercury squares Uranus, disruption when it comes to transportation, disruption when it comes to your education, potentially even like cancellations. There could also be some sort of like an unexpected conversation happening that in the workspace that really challenges your existing worldview and belief system, but at the same time you might feel like you have to rein it in and not really express what you believe and what you think, because it could land in a very unpleasant way. 19th of August, I'm not a big fan of this full moon. I'm just gonna say it. 19th of August, active 3 days before, 3 days after. A full moon in Aquarius activates your axis of health, work, service, and it is squaring Uranus. So I feel like there could be some sort of massive disruption going on in the workspace. Maybe some people are being let go. Not necessarily you, it could be a colleague, it could be part of your team. There could also be some sort of disruption in the workspace connected with foreign lands and foreign countries. Maybe, I don't know, you had like suppliers from abroad and all of a sudden they're saying, we're no longer going to deliver things to your country or something along those lines. So you have to like scramble and find a solution and find maybe like new suppliers. There could also be some sort of a disruption in the workspace connected with laws and the legal environment. So maybe there are some laws that are being passed that really impact the way that you do your work. And this really seems to like come as a shock, but alas, it feels like you're gonna have to adapt and adjust the way that you do your work, my lovely Virgos. There is a possibility that someone might let you know that they're no longer going to work with you anymore, so a client could leave. You might also experience some sort of a disruption on a day-to-day basis connected with your health, I'd say. So you might need to make a little bit of it doesn't mean that it's going to be a long-term thing, it doesn't mean that there isn't a solution to it, but you might need to like amend your plans and amend your schedule and what your day-to-day looks like, especially around the 19th of August, in order to take better care of your health. That is my recommendation. There is a chance that things could be solved with, I don't know, like some extra rest. You might also decide to no longer collaborate with someone in the work sector. So you may decide to no longer work with a certain like health practitioner and say, okay, we're not on the same page. Thank you and goodbye. Virgo season starts 22nd of August for the next month. I do believe you're going to receive this sort of like infusion of confidence and energy. At the same time, it could also feel like the spotlight is very much placed on you for the next month. 27th of August, I like this day. Venus trines Uranus. I feel like there are some like big aha moments that you're having at a mental, philosophical, belief system level. There could be some pleasant surprises that you hear of connected with foreign lands and foreign countries. Maybe you hear from someone from abroad. That is a possibility. You could also get some unexpectedly good news connected with your education, and there could also be like this, I don't know, like opportunity maybe to travel at short notice that you didn't see coming, and you're like, you know what? Why not? It feels like a gift of some sorts. 28th of August, Mercury goes direct. Finally. And this is something that I don't really like. Venus is going to oppose Neptune. And you might feel this also the day before and the day after to a certain extent. You might be disappointed in someone in your life. Maybe, I don't know, like someone who you saw as better than they actually are, someone who you maybe projected your own ideals onto. It could feel like someone is very flaky and unreliable, and careful when it comes to romance, because you might try to save someone, but they don't want to be saved. They just want to be left to like float in a in a pool, metaphorically speaking, of their own making. If you are going out on dates 20th of August, I would be extra cautious because it feels like you could be dealing with a con man or like con woman or like con person. 29th of August, as I said, Venus goes into Libra. Love this transit of Venus in Libra. And that is Virgos for August. My dear Libras, Libra suns and Libra risings. August of 2024. What's going on? So let me start off with, of course, the one and only Mercury retrograde. That is upon us once again in August, from the 5th of August all the way until the 28th. Now, Libras, for you, Mercury rules your 12th house as well as your 9th house. So there is a possibility that you could experience delays, misunderstandings, miscommunications when it comes to matters connected with education, traveling, as well as legal matters, matters connected with foreign lands, foreign countries, matters connected with the court of law. So let's say, for example, I don't know, you've been waiting for some sort of, I don't know, outcome, verdict, result coming from a legal entity, from a legal institution. And from the 5th of August until the 28th, you might experience either a delay or you might need to, for example, like resend some paperwork, resend some documents. And the thing is, you might not initially even know about it. So if you are waiting, again, for this sort of like legal, judicial, I don't know, entity to get back in touch with you, it could be a good idea to just like email them again, to call and say, listen, where are we with that, I don't know, like final outcome? Because there could have been like things happening that you were not aware of, or maybe they were, I don't know, they were trying to get in touch with you, they didn't manage to get in touch with you, alas, miscommunication, Mercury retrograde, like really classic. So it wouldn't hurt to just check in, I'd say. There is a possibility that you might also experience potentially some intrusive thoughts, some maybe thoughts that don't necessarily do you any favors. So maybe thoughts that are really kind of in the realm of self-sabotage, let's say. You might worry that you're not doing things well enough, that you're not good enough, that things aren't working properly, and so on. From the 15th of August until the 28th, the Mercury retrograde is going to be transiting your 11th house, so this could actually be a good time to reconnect with old friends, old colleagues, people from the past, and maybe also to revisit your list of goals and objectives for the future, because there is a chance that you might look at them with new eyes. There is also a chance that you might find solutions for maybe old goals, old targets, old objectives, and now, because you're seeing things from a different perspective, you're like, oh, this is the way that I can do this. This is the way that I can accomplish this. At the same time, I would be careful because from the 15th of August until the 28th of August, friends might take things the wrong way, so there could be some challenges in terms of communication with friends. There's also a possibility that you might just need to be super flexible when it comes to plans with friends throughout this period, because I don't know, someone might cancel at the last minute, or they might have to like switch things around. So that's just the way that I see this potentially unfolding, Libras. What else is going on this month? Pretty much for the entire month, but especially in the second part of the month, Jupiter squares Saturn. I feel like you could experience some sense of like frustration in the workspace. Maybe it feels like the relationship with someone in the workspace isn't going exactly as you thought it would go because of differences in mentalities and worldviews and belief systems. You might also feel a little bit bogged down because of all the duties and the responsibilities that you've got in the workspace, and that could possibly interfere with your enjoyment of any sort of like travel related activities. There's also a possibility that you might have to travel for work and maybe you don't want to, maybe you just want to travel for fun. Work can kind of like get in the way. There is also a possibility that you might experience, just sort of like this sense of like stagnation in the workspace this month. Maybe it feels like you're no longer growing, you're no longer learning, you're no longer developing yourselves, Libras. And I wouldn't be super quick in changing things up because Mercury is retrograde for most of the month. So potentially you need to kind of like check your expectations and make sure that they are realistic, and maybe also make sure that you have communicated your intentions clearly enough, I'd say. You could experience some frustration when it comes to, I am gonna say potentially maybe health-related matters, especially around the 14th of August, maybe a couple of days before and a couple of days after, as well as around the 19th of August, maybe day before and day after. You could experience some frustration connected with health. I dare say that if you do go through something of this nature, Libras, maybe it is a good time, maybe it is a good opportunity to revisit your mentality and your kind of, I want to say, almost like philosophical approach to health. Maybe you have some principles connected with health that are not really serving you. Maybe you have some outdated principles. Maybe you need to study more. Maybe you need to open up to a different perspective. That is very much a possibility, I'd say. Mars and Jupiter are coming together. Okay, so normally I am actually quite a fan of Mars Jupiter. I mean, maybe I'm unique in the astrological community. Normally, I'd say that Mars and Jupiter, when they come together, they kind of like emphasize big competitions. I'm thinking of sports and games and like competing and like showing our like prowess and our dexterity and how strong we are, etc., etc. Mars Jupiter could also really like emphasize the desire, the urge to defend our principles and our belief systems and our mentality. We could feel like very bold and very daring in doing this, but alas, Mercury is going to be retrograde, and Mercury rules over Mars Jupiter this time, so when the conjunction is happening. So with Mercury retrograde, I mean, really, I'm thinking we don't have all the facts. So I'm thinking we're kind of like operating maybe from a place of like wrong facts, wrong data, wrong numbers. We need to do a little bit more research. Maybe we have misunderstood things. So Mars, Jupiter are coming together in your 9th house. 14th of August, also active 2 days before, 2 days after, and squaring Saturn in Pisces in your 6th house. So what is this about? So around the 14th of August, you might feel very inspired to defend what you believe in, to defend your worldview, to defend your life philosophy, to defend maybe your I apologize, your moral code, let's say. You could also engage in some sort of like a big, I don't know, like conflict, big fight of an intellectual nature with like a very powerful opponent, because let's not forget, Mars rules your 7th house of adversaries and opposition, right? So you could engage in this sort of like big intellectual fight, but for whatever reason, this actually doesn't seem to work in your favor. It could undermine your standing in the workspace. It could undermine maybe work-related relationships. It could really also just like detract you from your work, I'd say. It also feels like you might want to do things in a very kind of like big way when it comes to your education, maybe also when it comes to traveling, when it comes to connecting with people from different countries, foreign lands, foreign countries, and work gets in the way, and like the reality of your day-to-day life also gets in the way. So you kind of like need to be more pragmatic and realistic and make some adjustments in this direction. Mars Jupiter equates to fighting abroad. There is a possibility, if you are abroad, if you're traveling, that you could fight with someone, that you could have maybe like a verbal like conflict, like an argument with someone around the 14th of August, maybe someone that you work with, maybe someone in the health sector. My recommendation is, if you are traveling in August, generally to get health insurance, and if you do need to interact with like a health-related practitioner around the 14th of August, to make sure that you calm down. I realize when I tell people, I hate to be told to calm down. And when has telling someone to calm down ever calmed them down? So this is just probably not the best piece of advice. But it is my recommendation to like be a little bit more restrained in your communication style around the 14th of August, because you're probably not going to hit your mark if you're very kind of like loud and dramatic and like like talk a lot. That is very much a possibility. I'm also not liking 14th of August, 2 days before, 2 days after either, because there is a possibility that a child could experience some sort of a health related issue. And as a result, you might also feel like you have to, like, I don't know, like take it up to, let's say something happens at school, so you might feel like you have to go to the principal's office and take it up to the, I don't know, like board of, I don't know, like whatever they're called, that, like the people who run the school. You can probably tell that I have no children and I have no idea how the people who run the school are called, so I apologize for like really trying to find my words here. You might decide to like go and take it up with I don't know, like the principal. Yeah, I would just be careful how you voice things and how you kind of like express your dissatisfaction, because you don't want your child suffering on a day-to-day basis as a result of you being like over kind of like dramatic in your delivery, let's say. And last but not least, if you are working with anyone from abroad, there is a possibility of a big conflict around the 14th of August. Also 2 days before, 2 days after. Make sure that you do not insult anyone. There is a possibility that you might insult someone's, I don't know, like religion, life philosophy, culture. So I would be very, very careful with that. Let me take you to the beginning of the month, my dear Libras, because I have taken you through some of the most important transits of this month. 2nd of August, active also day before, day after. Venus squares Uranus. I feel like this is where you could experience some sense of disruption in a relationship with a friend. There could also be some sort of like chaos, disruption, like unexpected occurrence happening in a social setup. So let's say, I don't know, you're going to a party and all of a sudden, I don't know, the lights go down, like electricity is nowhere to be found, something along those lines. 4th of August, active 3 days before, 3 days after. New moon in your 11th house. Libras, I like this. It feels like this could be a fresh start for you in terms of setting new goals for the future, setting new intentions for the future, especially when it comes to education, but also when it comes to maybe collaborating with a group of people, with a community of people. You could start like doing something for the community. You could set the intention to work with a tribe, with a community, with an organization. It could also involve traveling. It could also involve an element of education. You are excited. You do seem to feel inspired by these people. So I like it. 5th of August, all the way until the end of the month, all the way until the 29th. I am seeing Venus going into your 12th house. So I feel like you could really enjoy a little bit of rest throughout this period. But your mind is also very active. There's a lot going on this month. If you manage to maybe take a few days off from the 5th until the 29th at some point, that would probably be fantastic. I am liking the 27th as a great date to maybe take some time off. I'm also liking the 8th of August if it's possible, if you can. Essentially, Venus is your chart ruler and it feels like it needs to retreat a little bit, to spend some time away from the world, to be in its own bubble, to maybe do a little bit of like self-care, to maybe do a little bit of like organizing of your life behind the scenes. So if you manage to find some time to do this at any point, that would probably be fantastic. And it would also allow you to maybe clean things up a little bit in your private life and take care of some of the things that maybe you did not have time to take care of. Mercury conjuncts Venus on the 8th of August. You could hear from someone that you haven't heard in a very, very long time. It also feels like you could have to pay for something that you haven't paid maybe at the right time, or there could be some sort of like hidden expense that you have to deal with around this day. 18th of August, Mercury squares Uranus. Okay, Mercury retrograde squares Uranus. Challenges in communication with a friend. It could be a very disruptive conversation that you're having. It does feel like pride meets rigidity. So, yeah, you might even decide not to speak to a friend for I don't know, like a while, or they might decide not to speak to you. So there could be a little bit of like coldness in the relationship after this tense conversation. 19th of August, active 3 days before, 3 days after. Not my favorite full moon of the year. I'm going to be very honest. Full moon in Aquarius, squaring Uranus. Okay, so the full moon activates your 5th house, 11th house axis. For those of you who have kids, there could be some sort of a crisis in the life of a child. Maybe they are, I don't know, like fighting with their friends. Maybe they experience some sense of disruption in their kind of like tribe, in their group of people. This seems to come with, I don't know, like some sort of a bill, some sort of an expense that you need to take care of. You might also decide to like take your child away from like a group of people because you hear of something that's been happening in that like setup, and it's like super shocking, and you're like, wow, why didn't I know about this? There is a possibility for those of you who have been seeing someone romantically. I'm not talking here about like really like serious long-term relationships. I'm talking about like people who are in that sort of like incipient stage, kind of like dating phase. There is a possibility that you might decide to no longer see someone, that you might decide to take your distance because maybe once again you hear that they've been hiding something from you. They reveal a part of themselves that you were not aware of. It just feels like you can no longer kind of like function with this person on a day-to-day basis. The health of children and the health of loved ones is also placed into the spotlight. Also the health of friends. They could experience, so a friend, a loved one, a child could experience some sort of a challenge in the health space, and you might need to be there with them, for them, offer emotional support, offer emotional like sustenance of some sorts. You may be able to a certain extent, maybe to also like help financially, but I feel like what they need the most is feeling like someone is there for them. Sun enters Virgo from the 22nd of August for the next month. The spotlight is placed on rest, relaxation, retreat from the world, and also facing some of your own kind of like demons and shadows, my dear Libras, and prioritizing your mental health, I'd say. 27th of August, Venus trines Uranus, some sort of a pleasant surprise, maybe from someone that you love, and also maybe feeling relieved to have gotten rid of something in your life that has been, I don't know, a source of frustration, let's say. 28th of August, Mercury goes direct, which I like, but Venus opposes Neptune, which I don't really like. I'm like, the relationship with a friend or the relationship with a colleague, with someone that you're working with, could be very disappointing, Libras. I dare say. It could feel like someone's been hiding something from you. You could also feel maybe a little bit disappointed because you've kind of like trusted someone in the workspace, or maybe trusted someone in the health sector to help you, and they have failed to deliver. So maybe you had like too high expectations. Maybe your ideals were not aligned with the reality of the situation. You do seem to be quite tired on this day, quite drained, quite tired. There is a possibility of feeling exhausted, so you might need to take the day off. 29th of August until the 23rd of September, a very beautiful period. Venus transits your first house. It kind of like really like brings that sense of well-being for you. You're feeling like a new person. You're feeling very good in your own skin. You're feeling radiant. You're shining. You're attractive. You're magnetic. And I like the 29th of August also romantically and in terms of creative self-expression. It could feel like a day of significant like of tremendous kind of like powerful inspiration. Also a day to maybe reset the relationship with a loved one, and maybe also with a child, if you ask me, for those of you who have children, Libras. And that is August for you. Now, of course, we're gonna go to the one and only Scorpios, but give me 1 second. I'm gonna catch my breath, have a sip of water. How fitting to have a sip of water before diving into the horoscope of a water sign. Scorpios, Scorpio suns and Scorpio risings. Okay. Scorpios, what's going on in August? A lot is going on. I have to tell you, not all of it is going to be super fun. Some of it will be, not all of it. Now, the good news is that you're someone who knows how to handle intense, chaotic situations. You're someone who knows how to handle crisis. there will be some crises that you're probably gonna be faced with this this month, my dear Scorpios. Not all yours, I dare say. So kind of like someone else's crises, someone else's issues, someone else's problems that you're also maybe exposed to. I don't want to say dragged into, because sometimes it might feel like you can kind of like choose whether you want to get involved or not. Some of these issues you might get dragged into, and you might kind of like have to deal with them, even though it's kind of like technically not your problem. So, Mercury retrograde. Dun, 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 dun. Mercury is going to be retrograde for most of the month. Mercury rules your 8th house and your 11th house. So, from the 5th of August until the 28th, I would expect potentially some delays, frustrations, challenges in terms of communication, maybe having to like redo some things connected with money, taxes, the money that you owe to others, maybe investments. You might have to like go through your investments once again and kind of like revisit your strategy. There could be some delays in terms of getting paid. There could be some delays in also you getting to the bottom of some sort of like financial information. You could also experience some delays, especially from the 15th of August until the 28th, when it comes to moving forward with conversations in the workspace, in the professional space. So let's say you had lined up like an entire, I don't know, like suite of, I don't know, like meetings for August in the workspace, and people start canceling or start rescheduling or say they're no longer available, and you might be very annoyed. I do want to say this. There is, however, also a possibility that you could reconnect with people that you've worked with in the past, and something could come out of that professionally. Maybe like a new professional opportunity, maybe a new possibility to collaborate with someone who has been in your life in the past in some capacity professionally. There's also a possibility for those of you who are in a relationship that your partner might experience some disruption in terms of their financial situation, in terms of their material situation. There could be kind of like things happening on that front, and as a result, there is a chance that you might need to change some of the plans that you had made for the future, and also some of the plans that you had made maybe to, I don't know, go on holiday, go on vacation, have fun, things of that nature. There is a lot going on, especially for those of you who are in a relationship, in the partner's financial sector. So a lot going on there, maybe good stuff also, but also potentially big expenses, kind of like big issues that they need to handle, that they need to deal with. If I were to make one recommendation this month, Scorpios, it would be to not be so fast and not be so in a rush to take major risks when it comes to investments. Of course, you're the captain of your life, okay? So you are in complete financial control, and you've got full responsibility for how you deal with your financial sector. This is not financial advice. I'm merely reading the astrology. But basically what I'm trying to get to is Mars is going to be transiting your 8th house of investments the entire month, and Mercury, which rules your house of investments, is retrograde. So Mars is in a rush. Mercury is like, hold your horses, not so fast. Maybe you've misread things, maybe you've misinterpreted things. So I wouldn't want you to regret having rushed into something financially this month, and once the retrograde is over, you're like, what was I thinking? What on earth was I doing? Why did I do this? Why did I throw money at this thing? So I would exercise a little bit of caution. It is a good month to maybe talk to your partner, especially for those of you who have a partner, about financial goals, about budgets, about how you approach the sector of like shared assets, shared finances in general. If you don't talk about it, there could be fights. I mean, I think you're going to talk about it anyway. There could be fights around this, especially around the 14th of August, active maybe like 2 days before and 2 days after. Mars conjuncts Jupiter here, so there could be big fights around money with your significant other. There could also be some significant conflicts around money and resources, maybe with like a business partner or with someone who has some sort of a say when it comes to your money and your financial situation. So maybe it's like a financial advisor, maybe it's an accountant, maybe it's your boss. That's also possible. The potential for like big big arguments is really, really, really high around the 14th of August in this sector. Scorpios, remember, because Mercury is retrograde, that you might not have all the facts. Remember that the other person might not have all the facts. Remember that all of it could just be one big misunderstanding. I wanna say. So I know, not ideal, not ideal, far from ideal, but alas, this is what you're dealing with. Physically and health-wise, there is a possibility that you might feel like something is being kind of like exacerbated in terms of like health-related issue, especially around the 14th of August. Give or take a couple of days before, a couple of days after. If you know that you need to make a drastic change to how you approach your health, to how you deal with like day-to-day habits, to how you deal with your general like state of wellness and well-being, if you know that you need to make a big transformation, Scorpios, my recommendation is obviously to make it, but also to not go overboard. I've noticed, I mean, maybe it's such a cliche, but I've noticed with people who have strong Scorpio signatures, so not just their sun or their ascendant, maybe like a steel element Scorpio or something like that, that they tend to go like really to very like significant extremes when they do something. So they can't just like, I don't know, do a little bit of jogging every day. They have to like run 15 miles every day. They have to like run like marathons in a month. And I'm like, of course, to me, I have like no Scorpio. To me, it looks like, why would this person do this? Like, what is the point? But there's something about the Scorpio energy kind of like thriving when it's like pushed against the wall, when it feels like it's kind of like going a little bit in survival mode. So I kind of get it that that's how you function, but this month, it might not be the best tactic at all. So it might actually push you overboard. So if you have been going through a process of transforming your daily habits, your routines, if you have been going through the process of transforming how you approach health, that's fantastic, Scorpios. It does feel like you need to do that this year in general, but careful not to overdo things. There is a possibility that you might need to change who you work with in the health space. So if you've been having, I don't know, like a coach, guide, mentor, health practitioner, especially around the 14th of August, you might have a fight with this person and decide, you know what, I'm no longer going to work with them. What else is going on this month? Pretty much the entire month, but especially in the second half of the month, Scorpios, Jupiter is squaring Saturn. Now, Jupiter rules your second house of income. It also rules your fifth house of fun, enjoyment, children, and it's squaring Saturn. It feels like there could be some disagreements that you have around how money should be spent on children. You could be having these disagreements with your partner, with a significant other. You could also be having some disagreements around money, and you could feel like you're not really on the same page from a mentality perspective with a parent or like someone who feels like family. Big expenses connected with home, family, and children this month. It does feel like it puts you a little bit into crisis mode. So you might need to like talk to this person, be it a friend, be it a parent, be it a child, and make them aware of how much you're able to like spend on them. I'd say there's also a possibility that you could feel like, especially if you're in a relationship, like your partner wants to do things in a big way, in terms of like fun, enjoyment, entertainment, and you're like, no, hold your horses, because we've got other goals, we've got other objectives. So that's where kind of like the tension could come from. It also feels like you're going through some big changes in your life, my dear Scorpios, in terms of like how you think, also in terms of like your value system, but at the same time you're kind of like trying to keep things like steady and stable, and there is a sense of maybe feeling like you have to do this maybe for loved ones, for your family, for children, so you kind of like need to find this like balance between the processes of transformation that you're going through and maintaining that sense of security for these people. Let me go back to the very beginning of the month, Scorpios, because I have taken you through some of the most important transits of August. 2nd of August, Venus squares Uranus. Some sort of challenge and disruption and maybe like challenging interaction, unexpected interaction in the workspace, maybe with the boss, maybe with, there is a possibility that you could be having also a bit of a public, I don't know, like, tense interaction with a romantic partner, and people kind of like see it and you feel like you're basically in the spotlight because of that. 4th of August, active 3 days before, 3 days after, new one in your house of career, sextiling Jupiter and Mars. I feel like this is very exciting. It's a very exciting new moon. You could be setting the intention to start a new chapter, a fresh chapter career-wise, something that involves transformation, something that involves learning new things, something that allows you to maybe grow in a different direction, something that maybe brings in more, I don't know, like more money, I want to say a more significant bonus, maybe something that brings like a very good financial package into your life. This could also be a bit of a fresh start in terms of how you show up in the world. So not just career-wise, but in terms of status and reputation. It could feel like your personal brand, your kind of like image out into the world is going through a reset for the better. It feels like it's more aligned with some of the things that have been happening maybe in private in your life, my dear Scorpios. Venus from the 5th of August until the 29th transits your 11th house of friends, of connections. So this is a good time to go out, to connect with friends, to network, to connect with people who you work with, maybe to like go on team buildings, maybe to reconnect with people from the past who you have worked with, because I dare say that very kind of like fruitful collaborations can come out of spending time with people who have been in your life in the past in some capacity. It's also a very good time to maybe do together with a partner, if you have a relationship, to do the things that you've been postponing to do. So if you've been meaning to, I don't know, go to the spa together, if you've been meaning to go hiking together, if you've been meaning to go for a weekend away, take advantage of this period from the 5th of August until the 29th. That is my recommendation. 29th of August until the 23rd of September, Venus transits your 12th house. This is actually a very good period for relaxation, I'd say, and to just kind of like get away from the world with like someone that you love, to maybe share these sort of like, I don't know, like private, intimate moments with someone who makes you feel at peace, who brings harmony, who brings balance into your life. I'm also liking the 29th of August when Venus goes into Libra, because Venus is going to trine Pluto in the 4th house. So it feels like the relationship with a family member or with someone who feels like family is going through a reset. So it feels like it's being like regenerated in some shape or form. It also feels like maybe you're going through a process of transformation in private, at home, and in a way that makes you feel very free, very liberated, and makes you feel very excited for what the future might hold in this sector of your lives, Scorpios. Let me take a bit of a step back now. 8th of August, Mercury conjuncts Venus. I feel like here you could just, I don't know, maybe like bump into someone who you haven't seen in a long time, especially if you're going out, if you're going to a concert. 18th of August, not my favorite day. Communications with someone in the professional space or in the public space out into the world may not go, so conversations and communications may not go exactly as planned. It does feel like this person is maybe very rebellious. They are very rigid in the fact that they want to do things differently. They're not being very like easily swayed, easily persuaded. So you might need to revisit this conversation. 19th of August is a full moon that I'm not a big fan of. Active 3 days before, 3 days after. The full moon activates your 4th house, 10th house axis, and it squares Uranus. I feel like there could be some sort of a crisis, some sort of a like shake up, like massive kind of like, I don't know, like almost like a little bit of an earthquake unfolding at home for you, my dear Scorpios. Maybe a parent is going through some sort of like some sort of a shocking, I don't know, like development. Maybe they've heard that something's happened at work. There is a possibility that also, if you're in a relationship, a partner's parent could be going through this type of like shocking, like unexpected maybe disruption, let's say. It does feel like you're possibly not on the same page with a partner on how you want to approach a matter connected with home, family, and private life. You don't seem to be on the same page. It does feel like this creates a little bit of a rift between the two of you. Especially for those of you who are in a relationship. It also feels like for those who are not in a relationship, maybe something from the outside that feels very like shocking, very much like, I don't know, like an unexpected opposition disrupts the peace and calm and harmony at home and in the home and kind of like private space. For those of you who have kids, there's a possibility that your kid could be going through a little bit of a tough time, and maybe you find out about it around this time, and as a result your partner could also flip and freak out, and it just feels like it's this sort of like chaotic time, let's say. Some of you could decide as a result of what goes on around the 19th of August to maybe change homes, to relocate, to leave behind the existing like home and living situation. There is a possibility that you could feel a little bit, I don't know, like pushed to do this because the current situation is no longer sustainable, I'd say. Sun enters Virgo on the 22nd of August. Virgo season really puts the spotlight on plans and goals for the future, as well as connections with your tribe, your peers, and people who you can connect with and collaborate with in a practical manner. I like the 27th of August when it comes to work relationships. It feels like a very kind of like fruitful collaboration can come out of the 27th of August. Also, you seem to be very like inspired, maybe with kind of like new ideas, new solutions making their way to you as a result of interacting with a friend, or maybe going out and connecting with someone out into the world while socializing. And you could genuinely be very inspired on how to address a matter that has been, I don't know, like giving you headaches in private, Scorpios. 28th of August, Mercury goes direct, finally, straight line when it comes to conversations in the workspace. It feels like things are starting to fall into place. And also you seem to have clarity of mind in terms of what to do career-wise moving forward. I don't like the 28th of August because it does feel like you could be disappointed in a friend or in a lover, in a romantic partner. Also, if you go out to a party or to any sort of like social event, it could be disappointing because maybe you had like different, I don't know, expectations, or because you would have rather done something else entirely different. And maybe you just went to this, I don't know, like event or concert because some like a friend persuaded you to do it. A friend persuaded you to go. That is a possibility. So I wouldn't have like super high expectations. That is August for Scorpios. My dear Sagittarius suns and Sagittarius risings. What does August of 2024 have in store for you? Well, Sagittarians, we're going to start off with the most significant, the most important transits of the month, and then we're going to go through the most important dates in chronological order. First and foremost, Mercury. Mercury is retrograde this month, Sagittarius, for most of August. From the 5th of August until the 28th, to be very precise. From the 5th of August until the 15th, Mercury is going to go retrograde in your house of career. And then it's going to step back into your 9th house of long distance traveling, higher education, foreign lands, foreign countries, belief systems, and so on. Mercury, for you Sagittarians, rules your career as well as your house of partnerships and relationships. Now, from the 5th until the 15th, I'm just going to say this. It would be a good idea to revisit, revise, reevaluate important projects, professionally speaking. It could be a good idea to maybe reach out to old clients. It could be a good idea to revisit old projects. It is a good idea to maybe get back in touch with people that you've worked with from the past. There is a possibility that you might hear from people who you've worked with in the past. There's also a possibility that they might have opportunities for you, opportunities to maybe collaborate once again. At the same time, I would also see this period as a good time for you to maybe reevaluate where you're headed professionally speaking, Sagittarians. To reevaluate what your goals are. Maybe to also reevaluate what needs to be improved professionally speaking, or what needs to be improved, Sagittarians, when it comes to your image, status, branding out into the world. For example, it could be a good idea to revisit your website if you have a website, if you have like a portfolio, a place where you showcase your work, and maybe go through this portfolio with a fine-tooth comb and say, okay, maybe I need to take this project out, maybe I need to edit this presentation a little bit, and so on. Now, from the 5th until the 15th, there's also a possibility that there could be some delays in terms of hearing back from people in the professional space. That's very much a possibility. Also, if you are making any sort of like presentations in the professional space, but not just in the professional space, I do want to stress this out, also in the public sphere, if you're making any presentations, if you're sharing your thoughts, your opinions, if you're presenting something publicly, I would make sure that people have taken away the correct message, because of course, Mercury retrograde, there might be some messages that don't necessarily land in the way that you intended for them to land. Now, from the 15th until the 28th, there is a possibility that you might experience things slowing down, especially when it comes to legal matters, academic matters, or when it comes to your plans to travel. If you are traveling from the 15th until the 28th, my recommendation would be to get travel insurance, and also potentially to expect changes in terms of flights, maybe delays, maybe cancellations, maybe you having to reschedule the whole thing. It's also potentially a good period from the 15th of August until the 28th, maybe to travel to places that you've been to before. That's generally a very auspicious, let's say, way of making use of Mercury retrograde. Now, if you're waiting for any sort of news to reach you from academic institutions or from legal entities between the 15th of August until the 28th, my recommendation would be to double check with them to make sure that they have all the correct, I don't know, like data, details, information, documents from you, because there could be some things that get kind of like lost in transit, lost in translation. Maybe they tried to reach out to you, you didn't pick up the phone, or you didn't find your, I don't know, letter that they sent through to you. So it would be a good idea to check in with them. At the same time, I want to say this. During the whole of Mercury retrograde, Sagittarians, if you are involved in any sort of partnerships, including from a professional perspective, you may take a bit of a step back and reevaluate whether these partnerships still work for you or not. There is a possibility that you might realize, maybe this particular collaboration, maybe this particular partnership, and it doesn't necessarily have to be, I don't know, like a business partnership. It could be your collaboration with your financial advisor. If you realize that the collaboration is no longer working for you, maybe because you have different beliefs, different worldviews, it's obviously always a good idea to communicate that and to see whether you can still find common ground. And if not, at least you know where you stand. Now, the entire month, Sagittarius, with transiting Jupiter in your 7th house of relationships, collaborations, partnerships, but the 7th house is also the house of the other. So it's the house of the people that we interact with in our lives. With Jupiter in a square to Saturn. Saturn is also the ruler of your 3rd house of communication. I dare say that you may have, throughout the entire month, especially in the second half of the month, potentially some challenging conversations with people who you've worked with, challenging conversations, maybe with people who you thought you were on the same page with. You may have some challenging conversations also with your significant other if you are in a relationship, if you are in a committed relationship, if you're in a marriage. It doesn't necessarily have to be a marriage, it can be a long-term committed relationship. So with Mercury retrograde and with Jupiter squaring Saturn, I would say that hard conversations are absolutely key to have this month. Now, when I say hard, what do I mean by that? Maybe it feels difficult to open up the topic. Maybe you're not super sure as to how to, express whatever bothers you or whatever isn't working out for you anymore, in a way that does not hurt the other person, in a way that does not hurt their feelings. At the same time, there is a possibility that the other person could open up, be it your partner, be it your business collaborator, be it a client from work. There is a possibility that the other person could open up this difficult conversation, and it may feel like you're kind of going back and forth, potentially for a big part of the month, until you reach some sort of common ground, until you reach some sort of agreement as to where you both stand. Misunderstandings can be an issue. Vagueness in communication can be an issue, and definitely differences in worldviews, moral codes, belief systems, and kind of like life philosophies can be an issue. They can be a problem in terms of getting on the same page. At the same time, it also feels like if you don't have these conversations, the relationship is probably going to suffer in the long term. So it is what it is. Sometimes you just have to open up the Pandora's box. Now, the Mercury retrograde ends on the 20th of August. So things are probably going to start kind of like going back to normal in terms of communicating with other people, communicating with bosses, communicating with clients, communicating also with your significant other, with your partner if you're in a relationship. But I don't necessarily see the issues that you've been communicating about getting fully solved until maybe after the post-retrograde shadow period ends. And that's going to be in September, around the 12th, 13th of September. So just putting that on your radar. Now we started talking about Jupiter squaring Saturn. Jupiter squaring Saturn is going to be exact on the 19th of August, but Sagittarians, you're going to feel it for pretty much most of the month. It's kind of like running in the background, especially in the second half of the month. Why is this significant? Well, because it feels like you've got almost like a bit of a thorn in your side this month. It could be coming from a parent, it could be coming from a life partner, it could be coming from a sibling, it could be coming also from someone who maybe you've been working with on a project at home, in your private life, in your home life. It may feel like you have to find this sort of like sweet spot and agree on a sweet spot with this person. And it just feels quite difficult to do this in August, especially whilst the retrograde is active of Mercury, because it feels like there's a lot of moving parts. It feels like maybe not all the pieces of the puzzle are laid out on the table. It might feel like not everyone is playing with their cards out into the open. So it might just feel a tiny little bit frustrating that you can't really reach an agreement. At the same time, I do believe that out of frustration many times, clarity comes, a sense of direction comes, and a sense of knowing how you can work together and what it is that you're working together towards. It also feels like this month, Sagittarius, especially in the second half, you may have a person in your life. It could be your partner, it could be a business collaborator, it could be, I don't know, like a coach, like a counselor or someone like that. It feels like someone wants a lot from you. They want you to grow, they want you to see things differently, they want you to take, I don't know, like chances and so on. But at the same time, you're really reluctant because of your responsibilities, your duties at home or within the home sector or within your private sector. What else is going on this month? Venus. Venus is going to be in Leo until the 5th of August, and from the 5th of August until the 29th, it's going to transit your 10th house of career. Now, there is a lot of focus this month on your career, Sagittarius, as well as on your public status, public reputation, image, personal kind of like image out into the world. So how the world sees you from like a vocational perspective, from a status perspective. Now, Venus generally is quite helpful whenever it transits a house. So in this case, I believe that Venus is going to soften things a bit. I think it's going to sweeten the deal a little bit with Mercury being retrograde. Venus transiting your house of career until the 29th is telling me that this is actually a good time for professional collaborations, but potentially maybe with people who you've worked with in the past. It's also a good time to maybe come out into the world, in the professional sphere or in the public sphere of your life in general, and pretty much be, how should I say, be charming. Charm people. That's what Venus does. for you to step out into the world and to be the maybe the diplomat, the one with tact, the one that brings people together, the one that maybe helps other people reach an agreement, the one that helps people negotiate and find some sort of a middle ground. So in a way, I dare say, Sagittarius, that you can play the role of a Venusian role in your public sphere and also in your career sector this month. It is also, as I said, from the 5th of August until the 29th of August, a great time to reconnect with people from the past that you've worked with, that you have a good relationship with, to maybe strengthen relationships with people from your past, professionally speaking, because you just don't know how that's going to play out. You just don't know what sort of opportunities that will result in, I'd say. Last but not least, before we go to the chronological kind of like order of the month, Sagittarians, Mars and Jupiter are coming together. Mars is going to be transiting your 7th house of relationships the entire month. It may feel to you like people are quite demanding this month, just putting it out there. Not just your significant other. It doesn't have to be, I don't know, your romantic partner. It could just be people that you interact with, people that you connect with. It might feel like people are kind of like in a rush, they're demanding, they want a lot from you, they speak a lot, they voice their opinions very, very forcefully. And Mars is going to come together with Jupiter in your house of relationships. Let's see. Let me check exactly the day when this is happening. So that's going to happen in August. On the 14th, the aspect is exact, but I dare say you're probably also going to feel it in the maybe like few days before and few days after, kind of like 2-3 days before and also 2-3 days after the 14th of August. So Mars coming together with Jupiter in this part of your chart can lead to big fights over big conflicts over differences in worldviews, differences in mentalities, differences in belief systems. At the same time, around the 14th of August, you could have some sort of a big conflict over different worldviews and over, I don't know, maybe political opinions, maybe moral kind of maybe over like moral standings. You could have a big fight with a family member around this, and it might make things at home a little bit uncomfortable. I'd say there's also a possibility that you might be feeling burdened around this time with some sort of a duty or responsibility. You might be feeling the pressure from home. It could be connected with, I don't know, your duties as a parent, for example, or your duties towards a parent. And at the same time, your partner could be asking a lot from you. So someone else could be asking a lot from you. It could be your significant other, but it could also be someone from the outside. They're asking a lot from you, and all hell breaks loose, so to speak. It feels like you have to find some sort of middle path, some sort of a middle ground. On the one hand, maybe to make the other person feel heard. On the other hand, for you to kind of like carry on working or carry on delivering on the duties and the work and the efforts and the responsibilities that are your own to handle, to carry at home and in your private life. You could also disagree with someone on how to move forward with a long-term maybe goal connected with home and family life around the 14th of August. Remember that Mercury is retrograde throughout this whole period. So if you're feeling frustrated because you haven't yet found an answer, you haven't yet found a way to move forward, you are potentially going to find a way to move forward, even with this person, in collaboration with this person who's got like big opinions after the retrograde is over. So a little bit of patience is going to take us a long way this month. Now, 2nd of August, so I'm going to go back to the beginning of the month. 2nd of August, Venus squares Uranus. It does feel like you could have a little bit of a disruptive maybe encounter at work on this day. Maybe someone all of a sudden requires something of you. You might also have to like change your schedule at work very suddenly, very unexpectedly around this time. And if you do need to travel around the 2nd of August, it wouldn't hurt maybe to allow for a little bit of like extra time maybe to get to the airport, because things could be a little bit disruptive on, I don't know, on the way to the airport. 4th of August, active 3 days before, 3 days after, we've got a new one in your 9th house, sextiling Jupiter and Mars in your 7th house of relationships. Now, I like this new moon. This new moon is probably one of my favorite events of the month because it's such a nicely aspected new moon. So it's a great time to maybe begin a fresh chapter, begin some sort of a new chapter in connection with maybe someone who can kind of like help you, who can help you grow, who can help you dream bigger, who can help you kind of like shoot your arrow into the distance. This could be a fruitful new beginning of a collaboration with someone who is based abroad, or it could be the fruitful new beginning of a collaboration with someone who is foreign, or someone who has a different worldview, a different mentality. It could also be a fresh start in terms of your possibly your education. So maybe you start working with someone who can help you achieve your educational goals. There is a possibility you could also start working with someone on maybe any sort of marketing endeavors that you are involved with, if you are involved with anything of this nature. And on a more symbolic level, this new moon is beautiful, if you ask me, because it seems to kind of like shake things up for you and open you up in terms of your mentality and your perspective and your belief system. It feels like it's a new moon that is kind of like kicking off the process for you to think differently and to see the world differently. And it feels like there is someone in your life who has a very, very strong impact on that. They could be a partner, they could be an advisor, they could be a counselor, whoever it is. They seem to be making a difference in the way that you see the world, a difference for the better, I'd say. Let's see. 18th of August, Mercury retrograde squares Uranus in Taurus. I mean, to me, this spells, maybe also the day before, to me this spells disruption of maybe like digital, technological communications in the workspace. I don't know, if you have a website, the website could potentially, I don't know, experience glitches or something along those lines. Communication is very challenging on this day within the workspace. Also because it feels like, I don't know, it feels like you're not speaking the same language with someone. So my recommendation would be to slow down and to not speak from a place of like pride and hurt ego. And yeah, someone else could have like a hurt ego around this time. And remember just to kind of like calm down and to clarify things, because you might be speaking metaphorically two different languages. 19th of August, active 3 days before, 3 days after, we've got a full moon in Aquarius. It activates your 3rd house, 9th house axis. The sun is conjunct Mercury retrograde, and the full moon is squaring Uranus. I feel like there's something disruptive happening when it comes to traveling, learning, education, that kind of like changes your day-to-day schedule. There could also be something disruptive happening maybe in the life of a sibling, a cousin, or an in-law that changes your day-to-day schedule. So let's say you had something planned for the 19th and maybe also the few days before and the few days after, and all of a sudden you hear of, I don't know, something coming up. You need to like drop everything. You need to like reschedule your appointments because your in-law needs you. There is a possibility you might need to travel at short notice, maybe to deal with a problem that you thought you had dealt with in the past. Venus is squaring Saturn. I feel like this could be like a family issue in some shape or form that requires traveling, that requires traveling at short notice, that maybe requires a change of plans on a day-to-day basis. Siblings are very much in the spotlight as well at this time. So those of you who have siblings, there could be something kind of like urgent coming up where you need to step in and help them and support them through whatever it is that they're going through. If you were hoping to maybe wrap up a project, finalize a project connected with your education or anything that is connected with sales, commerce, or transportation, I don't necessarily believe that it's going to turn out exactly as you thought it would turn out. So you might need to kind of like take stock of where things are at and maybe reschedule, replan things, or make different arrangements, let's say. This is not necessarily a good day for traveling, this full moon. It's not necessarily a good day or a good period to take exams. If you can reschedule, I mean, if you can't, then it is what it is. But if you could, I would not be opposed to that. 22nd of August for the next month, the sun illuminates your 10th house sector. So the sun is going to transit Virgo. The focus is going to be very, very strongly placed on career matters for the next month. You are kind of like getting that boost in career. So even though things are a little bit up in the air communicationally this month, Sagittarians, you are actually getting a boost career-wise, both from Venus and towards the end of the month from the sun. The sun gives confidence, it gives vitality, it illuminates things. So I think you can turn this in your favor as long as you don't maybe speak without thinking, as long as you take your time to reach agreements, as long as you don't rush into any agreement. So it could turn out quite well. And 27th of August, Venus and Virgo trines Uranus and Taurus in your 6th house, like a really nice surprise coming your way from work. Maybe a beautiful partnership, a beautiful collaboration, a beautiful kind of like successful result in the workspace, despite maybe the challenges in communication this month in general. 28th of August, Venus opposes Neptune. I feel like you're experiencing some sort of success at work, but at the same time, there could be something going on in your home life and your private life that kind of like dims down a little bit the professional success, because maybe you're a little bit worried and you potentially feel a little bit powerless as to how to handle this. And 29th of August until the last week of September, Venus enters Libra, and on the 29th of August, Venus trines Pluto in Aquarius. A great time on the 29th of August to celebrate with friends, to reconnect with friends, to maybe make some important announcements to your friends, and kind of like to go out in public. So a beautiful, beautiful, beautiful day, the 29th of August. My dear Capricorns, Capricorn suns, and Capricorn risings, August of 2024. What's cooking? What's going on? What is happening? So Mercury is going to be retrograde for most of the month. To be very precise, from the 5th of August until the 28th, my lovely Capricorns. Mercury rules your 6th house of day-to-day work and your 9th house of long-distance traveling. So do expect potential delays when it comes to work-related projects, and maybe also when it comes to traveling. Capricorns, Mercury is going to go retrograde in your 9th house of traveling from the 5th of August until the 15th. So I would expect potentially delays or changes of plans or frustrations or maybe potentially challenges in communication when it comes to travel-related plans, or when it comes to dealing with people who are based abroad, or when it comes to any sort of like matter that has an international, I don't know, like multicultural, like global element to it. I would expect things to not go super straightforward from the 5th until the 28th of August, my lovely Capricorns. At the same time, it is a good idea from the 5th of August until the 28th, if you ask me, to potentially revisit old work-related projects, maybe to also revisit old educational projects, possibly also to revisit some of the places that you've been to in the past, that you've traveled to in the past. I mean, Mercury transiting in retrograde your 9th house is the best time probably to travel to a place in the world that you have already visited, that you know kind of like what to you know what to expect there, so to speak. I would not rush to sign any sort of legally binding agreements between the 5th until the 28th of August, especially in the workspace, my lovely Capricorns, just because once the retrograde is over, you might realize, oh, there's been a typo, or you've missed something, or you need to rewrite the contract. But if you have to sign anything, then obviously that's not a problem. It's just with Mercury retrograde, I would be extra careful when it comes to mistakes being made, when it comes to inaccuracies, so things like that, you know, like that can become a little bit of an issue and give people headaches further down the line. Now, from the 15th of August until the 28th, Mercury retrograde steps back into Leo in your 8th house. So there could be some pending maybe debts that you need to take care of, pending financial obligations that you need to take care of. This is also a fantastic time to pick back up where you left maybe a conversation with someone around money. It could be with your spouse, it could be with your legal advisor, it could be with your accountant, it could be with a client. I think Mercury retrograde is a very, very, very good time to revisit things, reevaluate things, repair things. So whatever it is that needs to be repaired in the space, go ahead and do it. With Mercury being also the ruler of your 6th house, I feel like you could be having maybe second thoughts connected with your work or with your health during the retrograde before you take any kind of like quick decisions. my recommendation would be to potentially further investigate if you have been experiencing any issues health-wise, just to kind of like investigate a little bit more, just to dig into it a little bit deeper before you just, I don't know, jump in and take a quick decision and say, this is what I'm gonna do, I don't know, like surgery or something like that. I'm not saying that you do need surgery, but if there has been anything that's been on your mind, Capricorns, when it comes to your health, Mercury retrograde is a good idea. And in Mercury retrograde, it's a good idea to maybe kind of like look at the facts, at the data, at the numbers, at the stats from a different standpoint, from a different perspective, maybe to dig deeper into them. But I would not necessarily kind of like move forward with decisions around this time. The retrograde ends on the 28th of August, and I feel like things are kind of like coming slowly back to normal in your workspace, when it comes to traveling, when it comes to legal matters, when it comes to your education, when it comes to financial matters. Things are kind of like slowly coming back together, coming back to normal, all the way until the 12th, 13th of September. That's when the post-retrograde shadow period ends. Now, the entire month, there is another transit that's unfolding, and you're probably going to feel it especially in the second half of August. Capricorns, the aspect is going to be exact on the 19th of August, so it reaches a peak on the 19th of August. What am I talking about? Jupiter is squaring Saturn this month. Jupiter in Gemini in your 6th house is squaring Saturn in Pisces in your 3rd house of communication, siblings, day-to-day encounters, sales. Jupiter for you Capricorns rules your 12th house and your 3rd house. I feel like the entire month you could be having some sort of a struggle maybe in communicating with someone in the workspace. You may feel like you are not speaking, I don't know, not talking about the same thing. Maybe it feels like it's quite difficult to understand where this person is coming from because you have different worldviews, different belief systems. Maybe there's kind of like something getting in the way that you can't just see immediately, because Jupiter also rules your 12th house. So there could be some sort of a hidden issue, hidden element to this problem that you don't have knowledge of, that you don't have awareness of, and you might become much more aware of this element after Mercury goes out of retrograde, okay? So the entire month you could be feeling a tiny bit frustrated, as I said, when it comes to matters connected with communication in the workspace, especially when it comes to maybe dealing with people who are from a different cultural environment, from a different background, maybe foreign. You could be potentially having, I don't know, like challenges in communicating with people from, I don't know, the Tokyo office or like something like that. Also, the entire month, you could be experiencing potentially a little bit of worry around what to do next, what sort of action to take, what to experiment with, what to try out when it comes to your health, I want to say. On the one hand, maybe you're receiving certain advice from, I don't know, health practitioners, doctors, or whoever it is that you're working with on the health front. It doesn't mean that you've got a problem, but you could be working with someone on the health front and you could feel like maybe they're demanding too much from you, or maybe you're not so sure that whatever it is that they're proposing works for you. And it could feel like this sort of like back and forth, back and forth, back and forth. Once Mercury retrograde is over, you may start feeling like you've got more clarity. So there's gonna be clarity coming, but it might not be something that comes to you immediately. There is a possibility also that for health purposes this month, you become aware of the fact that you need to maybe reduce some of the work that you're doing on a day-to-day basis, just because you might have too much on your plate and your physical body is saying, nope, you know what? Hold on a second. I need to also sleep and rest. Speaking of health and also speaking of work, 14th of August, also maybe in the 3 days before and the 3 days after, Mars comes together with Jupiter in your 3rd house. Mars is the planet of action, but it's also associated with inflammation. It's associated with cuts, bruises. It's associated with conflict. Mars comes together with Jupiter and squares Saturn. So the challenges in communication in the workspace around the 14th of August could become quite inflammatory. So it could lead to potentially full-blown conflicts. You seem to be the reserved one. it could feel like other people are the ones that are super demanding. They are like speaking too much, they're saying too much, they're being too blunt in their communication. You could feel like your feelings are getting hurt. You could also feel like someone's being extra aggressive maybe in the workspace. They seem to be in a rush. At the same time, they might not necessarily understand where your reserve and where your caution is coming from. It is my recommendation maybe to not let this hurt your feelings and potentially to focus on the facts and maybe to ask for more time to investigate, ask for more time to do research, and not be pushed into doing something that you're not comfortable with, I'd say. From a health related perspective, I mean, I would be careful when it comes to working out, when it comes to moving your body around the 14th of August, maybe also 3 days before, 3 days after. There is a possibility of kind of like putting too much strain on your body and your body saying, nope, this isn't going to work for me. Of course, Mars conjunct Jupiter in Gemini also tells me careful not to catch a cold. And there is a possibility if you're rushing anywhere around the 14th of August, give or take a few days before, a few days after, your car or your preferred mode of transportation might not cooperate. So for example, you might need to fix something in your car, or if you need to take the train, there could be trains that get canceled. I wouldn't be surprised. It is Mercury retrograde after all, and maybe you're making someone angry at work because you don't get to their, I don't know, like meeting in time, to their appointment in time. So it could just all be quite kind of like frustrating and inflammatory when it comes to transportation and work. Of course, I would take extra caution. I would leave home early and I would make maybe some sort of a plan B in case you can't reach your pre-existing appointments in time around the 14th of August, Capricorns. Now let's go back to the very beginning of the month. 2nd of August, Venus squares Uranus. I feel like there could be some sort of unexpected maybe expense that you need to deal with around this time. Also, maybe if you have children, your child could ask for more money and you're like, no, like, why? Where is this coming from? There's also a possibility that you might kind of like learn something that feels a bit out of nowhere, that feels potentially a little bit disruptive and shocking about a boss. That is a possibility. What are you going to do with that? I don't know. I think you might need to like sit on it for a little while. 4th of August, active 3 days before, 3 days after. There's a new moon in your 8th house. This is actually quite nicely aspected. And it is going to be in a harmonious aspect, the new moon, with Jupiter and Mars in Gemini in your 6th house. Now, Capricorns, here I feel like you're starting a process of transformation of kind of like daily transformation when it comes to how you approach your work, but maybe also when it comes to how you approach your health, maybe even your mental health, your emotional health, your general well-being. So you could start kind of like shaking things up around this time and saying, okay, on a day-to-day basis, I'm going to be more active. On a day-to-day basis, I'm going to do more of XYZ. On a day-to-day basis, I'm setting aside time to, I don't know, maybe like read or something like that. So it feels like this new moon is kickstarting the process of transformation when it comes to your day-to-day schedule in such a way that it improves your health, wellness, and well-being. Work-wise, it could feel like maybe some of the transformations that you've heard about around the 2nd of August are starting to be implemented in the workspace around the 4th of August. And on the one hand, I do believe you could be excited. On the other hand, it could feel like there's a lot going on and it's happening quite rapidly and it's disrupting day-to-day processes. You are excited. There's a part of you that is excited maybe at kind of like what you can learn, but after the 4th of August on the 5th, Mercury goes retrograde. So it may feel like things have to be kind of like slowed down or kind of like revisited in terms of how these changes are being implemented in the workspace. 5th of August all the way until the 29th. Venus transits Virgo in your 9th house. Venus for you, my lovely Capricorns, rules your 5th house and your 10th house. I mean, this is actually a good time to travel. I know I know I told you when it comes to traveling, it's like, careful, Mercury retrograde. But it is actually a very good time, a very enjoyable time to maybe travel to places that you've been to, and maybe also travel to connect with people or to go to places that you've been to when it comes to your professional goals and your professional purposes. So traveling for work is okay, if you ask me, especially if you're going to meet people or be in an environment that you've been in before, I'd say. Venus is almost like a saving grace, if you ask me, with the retrograde, with Mercury retrograde, because it kind of like, it makes people a lot nicer, a lot more accommodating, a lot gentler, let's say. So if you do get annoyed, if you do get frustrated, there is a chance that there will be people around you who can help make things better, who can help you with everything that you kind of like need. This is also a period in which some of you, maybe those of you who have kids, from the 5th of August until the 29th, you might be dealing with matters connected with your child's education. So maybe you need to help them with something. Maybe they need your advice. Maybe they need the two of you to, I don't know, like sit together and reevaluate their options, or kind of discuss as to how they're going to move forward with their education. 18th of August, Mercury squares Uranus. I mean, challenging communications, definitely. Potentially connected with misunderstandings around money, maybe also connected with different values, different sets of values. These challenging communications could be happening with your kids, but also with a loved one. They could also be happening with someone that you work with, especially in a creative environment. If you're working on something creative, then it could feel like you're butting heads. Once again, maybe it's going to take a while until things go back to normal. Potentially after the 20th of August, you might reach some sort of an agreement, and you might feel like you're on the same page with this. Yeah, with this person, I'd say. Now, careful not to have too much fun on the 18th of August, because you might end up spending way too much money. I mean, who am I to judge? You can obviously do whatever you want, Capricorns, but yeah, you might end up spending money that you did not want to spend, and that might, I don't know, put you in hot water, or you might find yourself in a pickle, maybe when it comes to explaining to your significant other, like, what did you spend your money on? So just saying. 19th of August, we've got a full moon activating your financial access. There's a lot going on when it comes to your finances this month, my dear Capricorns. You've got like money that you need to spend, but also maybe potentially, I don't know, like debts, credits that you need to take care of, taxes that you need to pay, but you might also have to discuss with a significant other or with someone who is embroiled in some shape or form in your financial situation about what you're going to do moving forward financially. This full moon, to me, equates with a massive expense for you, Capricorns. I'm just going to say it. It isn't a square to Uranus in your 5th house. It's maybe potentially an expense that you didn't see coming. It could be connected with fun, enjoyment, entertainment. It could be connected with children. At the same time, it could be something that you're not fully in agreement with. You're like, do I have to spend this money? And it could be that someone in your life is kind of like there. It could be your spouse, or it could be, I don't know, someone else that tells you, yes, you have to spend this money because this is the right thing to do. And you're like still wondering, is this the right thing to do? At the same time, this is not a good time, really, if you ask me, Capricorns. I'm just going to be super succinct. This is not a good time for gambling or for taking chances financially, if you ask me. Like, things could backfire, and there could be misunderstandings, and whatever seemed too good to be true, whatever seemed to glitter, turns out it's not gold. So I'm not like a big fan. There could be also an experience of something getting canceled, something fun, something entertaining, and maybe you are like calling people and saying, I want my money back, but at the same time, maybe it's hard to like reach them. So it could feel a little bit frustrating to get your money back, because it does feel like you might need to get some sort of money back around this time. 22nd of August for the next month, the sun enters Virgo in your 9th house. So a big focus is going to be placed on higher education, long distance traveling, academic matters, legal matters, but also any sort of connections that you have with foreign lands and foreign countries. And the sun generally makes things clear, I'd say, and kind of like adds vitality and energy. But remember that we're still in Mercury retrograde until the 20th of August. 27th of August is probably one of the best days of the month. Venus trines Uranus, unexpected enjoyment, unexpected fun, unexpected entertainment, maybe an unexpected surprise from someone that is very close to your heart. You may also feel like inspiration strikes and you're kind of like ready to implement those creative ideas into a project that's been on your plate for quite some time. If you have children, a child could have a very exciting surprise for you also, something that makes you feel really proud of them, and maybe you did not see this coming, so I am liking it. It's also a very good day for a date. 28th of August, on the other hand, not a great day for a date because Venus will oppose Neptune, and there could be some things maybe that are kind of like misinterpreted, or things getting lost in translation or in communication. If you are traveling around the 28th of August, Capricorns, there is a possibility that you might feel like you've paid for something that was not worth it. You might also feel disappointed in someone. There could also just be some kind of like good old plain old misunderstandings in your interactions with some people whilst you're traveling. And 29th of August, Venus goes into Libra. This is going to be beautiful. Venus, 29th of August until the last week of September, transits your 10th house of career, giving you a boost professionally, and like making you more charming, more charismatic, more attractive, more likable, more diplomatic in the professional space, but also in the public sector in general. So if you're out in the public sphere in some shape or form, not just professionally, let's say you have events to attend or you have to get out of the house, Venus adds that extra dose of charm and pleasure, I'd say, to these. The 29th of August is also one of my favorite days because Venus trines Pluto. There could be some really important, significant news coming your way of a financial nature that you're like super excited about because it seems to spell like big money. At the same time, you could also be feeling intensely appreciated in the professional space, but also in the public space around this time, Capricorns. My dear Aquarius, Aquarius suns and Aquarius risings, August of 2024, what does it have in store for you, Aquarians? Well, first and foremost, I'm going to start off with Mercury retrograde. This is probably one of the most important transits of August. Mercury is going to go retrograde on the 5th of August all the way until the 28th of August. Initially in your 8th house and then in your 7th house of relationships and interactions with others. So I would expect Aquarians pretty much from the 5th until the 28th, potentially for you to start having... No, let me rephrase. To go back to having maybe... conversations that you've had in the past with other people around money. You could be rethinking your whole approach to debt, taxes, credits, and things like that. You could also be rethinking your approach to maybe budgeting together with a partner. I would say it's a good idea to take a bit of a step back and talk to someone about what's going on in your financial sector, especially if you do have any sort of like debts that you need to take care of. If you are in a relationship, it could also be a good idea to revisit how the two of you as a couple maybe spend money together. The topic of money is going to be quite a hot one, especially shared resources is going to be a hot one this month, my lovely Aquarians. If you are in a relationship also, your partner's money is going to be a hot topic this month. They might experience some sort of like slowdown or delays maybe in getting paid, or there could be potentially some issues around documents, paperwork, communication when it comes to your partner's resources. That might require quite a bit of back and forth, maybe quite a few phone calls. Also from the 15th of August until the 28th, when Mercury retrograde goes into your 7th house, generally, I would expect, my lovely Aquarians, especially Aquarius risings, for you to maybe take extra time to explain things to people. Not just your significant other, not just your spouse, but also to people in general. Especially to explain in detail things about maybe what makes you happy, what doesn't make you happy, to talk at length about your approach to children, maybe to talk at length also about your approach to money. Maybe it feels like you're not going to reach an agreement straight away. Maybe it feels like you're, I don't know, opening up a can of worms sometimes and addressing some sensitive issues. But I do believe that Mercury retrograde generally gives us an opportunity to fix or to edit, to upgrade, to improve upon issues that are not functioning as well as they could function. Now, there is also a possibility, especially, I want to say, my dear Aquarians, pretty much from like throughout the entire retrograde period, from the 5th until the 28th, but especially from the 15th of August until the 20th of August, there is a possibility that some of you could hear back from people from the past that you have been involved with romantically. Or you could hear back maybe from people who you liked at some point and maybe it didn't go anywhere and now they're coming back into your life. So the past is potentially very likely to come back into your life romantically in some shape or form. Aquarians, what are you gonna do with it? I have no idea. I have no clue. That's gonna be completely up to you what you do with it. I do want to stress this out. Mercury is retrograde. Mercury also rules your 5th house of romantic love. Also this month, Jupiter in your 5th house of romantic love is going to square Saturn. So if you feel maybe, I don't know, inclined to give someone a chance, to give them a shot, to try things out again, my recommendation would be to, again, communicate at length about your different worldviews, about your different belief systems, about your differences in mentality, about your differences when it comes to approaching the big topics of life, such as money, children, home life, etc., etc. Because it might be tempting to just, I don't know, just like jump in and see where that takes you, but at the same time, the old issues could still be there. So just putting it out there. It feels like communication with people in general is kind of like going back to normal, and you're starting to like feel like you're on the same page with maybe some of the people that you've had potentially some back and forth, some disagreements with in August after the 28th. And if you have been discussing about very specific topics, Aquarius, about how to solve an issue, how to fix a problem, then the problems are likely to like get solved and things are likely to fall back into place, to come back to normal all the way until the 12th, 13th of September, when the shadow period after the retrograde ends. So Mercury retrograde is probably the biggest event of this month. What else is going on? Well, I've started talking about Jupiter and Saturn. Jupiter and Saturn for most of this month are in a square. Jupiter in your 5th house and Saturn in your 2nd house of income and values. It feels like you may want to enjoy life to the fullest, and you have a lot of opportunities to do that. There's a lot of opportunities to, I don't know, to like party, to travel, to do like fun things together with your friends. But financially, you might need to be a little bit more cautious, a little bit more reserved. It could feel sometimes like your financial goals and objectives or your budget is getting in the way of you celebrating life to the fullest and having the highest amount of fun, the highest amount of entertainment that you could have. I would also, just being this person, I also want to remind you that sometimes maybe what seems like fun on the surface or what seems to be fun in someone else's eyes might not necessarily be that fulfilling for you, even after you have the experience, Aquarius, and you might end up feeling guilty that you've spent money on doing something that, I don't know, your friend insisted that you go to, and you've taken away some of that money from maybe the pot of money that you've been like building up and that you've been like saving towards in order to achieve your long-term goals. It also feels like, especially for those of you who have kids, you have to like a little bit maybe restrict some of the expenses connected with children this month, because maybe children want like a lot of things, or maybe you feel really enthusiastic about purchasing a lot of things for them. But at the same time, once again, I want to remind you that you do have Saturn transiting your house of income all the way until 2026, Aquarius, with like a short dip into Aries in 2025. So this is a time in general, a long-term kind of like window from 2023, from the spring of 2023 until February of 2026, to be very serious, responsible, to build up your financial security and stability, and to not be wasteful financially. But alas, you are free to do as you please, Aquarius. Now this transit, this square between Jupiter and Saturn is exact on the 19th of August, but you're probably going to feel it the most in the second half of the month in general. It's actually something that's, how should I say, it's kind of like running in the background. Let's put it this way. Now, Mars is also coming together with Jupiter. Ta-ta-ta-tum, another big one. Mars transits your fifth house the entire month. I really feel like you're going to be very driven and very motivated to do fun things, to party, to go out, to connect with people, to take action when it comes to maybe your passions, your hobbies. And you might be in a rush to do so. Mars is also connected with, it is connected with conflict, it is connected with rashness, it is connected with us kind of like being, just like in a rush to do things. Careful, because the ruler of Mars, because Mars is going to be in Gemini, is retrograde this month, right? So Mercury is retrograde from the 5th until the 28th. So you might regret some of the things that you're rash and impetuous about after the retrograde is over, which is why I would kind of like rely a little bit more on that Saturn energy, on that like cautiousness, especially when it comes to spending a lot, to throwing yourself in. And also maybe when it comes to getting engaged in activities that could be physically dangerous, even though they do seem fun. I would potentially, you have free will, you can do whatever you want, but I would potentially stay away from dangerous fun, especially around the 14th of August, give or take 3 days before, 3 days after, when Mars and Jupiter come together and they square Saturn, which is also the ruler of your physical body. You might also, around the 14th of August, end up maybe spending too much on something fun, entertaining, or too much on your kids, or too much on your passions and hobbies, and afterwards kind of wonder, what did I do? Like, why? What was the point of this? Also, there is a possibility that you might need to spend some money on cars and transportation around the 14th of August, give or take 3 days before, 3 days after, maybe something that was not foreseen. 14th of August, 3 days before, 3 days after, is also prime time to potentially have an inflammatory conversation, let's call it a fight, over differences in values and beliefs and mentalities with a child, a sibling, a loved one, maybe also a friend. I know I've covered a lot of people here, but this is the symbolism. In astrology, we speak to the symbolism. I want to remind you, Mercury is retrograde. Don't take things personally. Someone could hurt your feelings. It could be a friend, it could be your kid, it could be a parent, it could be a sibling. They could hurt your feelings. They could say some things that just feel like misplaced, let's say. Maybe they just spoke too soon. Maybe they just spoke out of frustration. Maybe they just spoke without thinking about it. I wouldn't necessarily take it personally. I would just kind of like maybe slow down and allow for things to cool off, and then potentially address the issue once again towards the end of the month, I'd say. Last but not least, I would not rush if I were in your shoes, my lovely Aquarius, especially Aquarius risings, especially those of you who are maybe like open to a relationship, to a new relationship. I would not rush into any sort of like quick romantic arrangement / affair with someone around the 14th of August, give or take 3 days before, 3 days after, because a little bit further down the line, you could be feeling heartbroken and you could be feeling disappointed in this person, I'd say. So just like take the time to like listen to them, like take the time to see how they think, and then you can make your call. That's just my recommendation. You can obviously do whatever you want. I know better than to tell an Aquarius what to do with their life. If you tell me what to do, if you tell me you should do this, literally this is the Aquarian urge in me saying, no, I'm just gonna do exactly either the opposite or something totally and completely different just because you, XYZ person, think you can tell me, you can dictate what I should do. So, I know who I'm talking to. You are free, Aquarius. Remember, you are free to do as you choose. Now, let me go back to the very beginning of the month and also share a few additional key dates with you, Aquarians. 2nd of August, Venus squares Uranus in your 4th house of home and living situation. It feels like there could be some sort of disruption or challenge in terms of the relationship, maybe with a parent or with a family member. It feels like maybe they do something or they say something or they act in a way that takes you by surprise. Someone could also experience in the home space, in your family life, in your home life, an unexpected event, and maybe you just kind of like need to be quite, I don't know, flexible about this whole thing. Maybe be open to like changing your schedule and so on. 4th of August, active 3 days before, 3 days after. There's a new moon in your house of relationships and partnerships and collaborations, sextiling Jupiter and Mars. I mean, I like this new moon. It's a lovely new moon. For some of you, this could entail a fresh start, a new beginning, romantically. Some of you could enter a new romantic relationship. You could meet someone new. You could say yes to someone who's been, I don't know, like on your radar, who's been like courting you, or like whatever the term is, who's been trying to woo you, to charm you, to sweep you off your feet. Aquarians, you might decide, you know what, I'm going to give them a chance. There's also a possibility that you might enter some sort of a new chapter in your existing relationships, Aquarians. If you are with someone already, maybe you're excited to like dive into a new chapter together with your significant other. Maybe, I don't know, you're expecting a child, or you've decided to do something like really big together. You're making big plans for the future. It feels like a new path is opening up for you, and the enthusiasm is really high. The pleasure is really high. It's a beautiful, beautiful, beautiful new moon. But just remember that Mercury goes retrograde after this new moon on the 5th. Now, 5th of August all the way until the 29th, Venus transits Virgo in your 8th house. For you Aquarians, Venus rules your 4th house and your 9th house. It feels like this is a good period, potentially to maybe reach an agreement with family members, maybe with in-laws around shared expenses. It does indicate that you could potentially receive help from the 5th of August until the 29th, maybe from family members with some sort of a financial matter, or you could help them with a financial matter. It could also be a legal matter, I'd say. Venus is associated with value. I do want to put this out there. Now, especially around the 27th of August, so I know this is towards the end of the month, if you ask me, it could be a good idea, it could be a good time to maybe look at any existing investments that you've got and potentially take some wins. Now, this is not financial advice. You're completely responsible for your financial situation, but just putting it out there. In terms of investments, Venus could bring some opportunities from the 5th of August until the 29th, but remember, Mercury retrograde, right? So take your time to like really think things through rather than rush into anything. 18th of August, Mercury squares Uranus. It really feels like you're butting heads with someone at home. You're having like a very difficult conversation, let's say, with someone in the home space. It could be with a partner, it could be with a parent, but it feels like everyone's like really rigid in terms of like holding on to their opinions, and there is a possibility that you could feel like someone's taking a different stance and having a different opinion compared to yours just because they want to go against you, they want to rebel against you, and to you it could feel like, oh, like what's the point of this? But to them it could feel like, yes, I'm super proud of myself because I'm doing this. Now, it does feel like you're probably going to be on the same page with this person, or reach some sort of agreement after Mercury goes out of retrograde, but in the moment it could be like, like why can't we just agree on something? 19th of August, active 3 days before, 3 days after. There's a full moon happening in your 1st house of identity and the physical body, also squaring Uranus, and it's happening when the Sun conjuncts Mercury in retrograde. I feel like a relationship is very, very strongly challenged. It could be a relationship with a significant other, it could be a relationship with a parent. It feels like something is kind of reaching this sort of like boiling point, you know, like when the volcano is ready to erupt, and it feels like things are no longer functioning in this very way. If you ask me the underlying cause of this rift, because I do see some sort of rift in a relationship, it could involve maybe temporarily going your own way, or kind of like doing your own things and really like disagreeing like at an extreme kind of like rate, so radically. It feels like the underlying cause of this could have something to do with finances, money, financial matters, and different kind of approaches to money and finances and budgeting, I'd say. For those of you who are in a relationship, it's a challenging time. I am just going to put it out there. It feels like there's chaos at home. It feels like you're not exactly on the same page. It feels like you are taking different approaches, you and your significant other, to whatever chaos, whatever disruption is happening in the home space, whatever like changes in terms of the status quo in the home space are unfolding. And it could feel, I want to say, quite disappointing that you can't reach an agreement immediately, if you ask me. There's also a possibility that either you or a partner could experience some sort of an unexpected event at home connected with a parent, and you may not, like, the two of you may not be exactly immediately in agreement as to how to handle this event. You're probably going to reach some sort of agreement, but potentially after the retrograde of Mercury is over. Just saying. 22nd of August, for the next month, the sun activates your 8th house. The sun transits Virgo in your 8th house, so the spotlight is probably going to be very strongly placed on topics such as transformation of your relationship sector, transformation connected with money and finances. The partner's finances are very much into the spotlight. Financial arrangements are very much into the spotlight throughout this period. 27th of August, Venus trines Uranus. As I said, this could be a good day to take a win in terms of investments. You could also receive a significant gift, and it could also feel like unexpectedly or surprisingly you find some sort of a solution to the problem that you had in a relationship with someone close to you, such as a parent, a family member, or a significant other. 28th of August, careful not to spend money on things that are, how should I say? Initially, you might be drawn to them. They could look, I don't know, like glamorous and really close to, I don't know, the ideal like service, product, object. But then you realize, actually, this was not like a great investment. 29th of August, Venus enters Libra. Yes, finally. Venus in domicile. I love it. All the way until the 23rd of September, this is a fabulous time to travel, to prioritize matters connected with legal institutions, academic institutions. It also feels like it's a very, very enjoyable time for you from a cultural perspective, if you're going to, I don't know, like the theater or museums and things like that. And I like the fact that on the 29th of August, Venus trines Pluto in your first house. You seem to like appreciate and love yourselves, Aquarians, and kind of like have a great deal of, give yourselves a great deal of grace on a personal level around this time. And also potentially have an aha moment as to how your values and your belief system when it comes to relationships have evolved, I'd say. Pisces, my lovely, lovely Pisces suns and Pisces risings. August 2024. What is going on? So Pisces, Mercury retrograde is going on this month again, and it is quite significant. Why? Because Mercury is going to rule over a lot of the planets in the sky in August. So the retrograde is kind of like the key to a lot of the other events that you could be dealing with at home, in your family life, health-wise, physically, identity-wise, in relationship with your family. So Mercury retrograde happens between the 5th until the 20th of August. It goes retrograde in your house of relationships from the 5th until the 15th. Now, communications with others might experience some challenges, some obstacles, some difficulties. Make sure that, I don't know, your email has reached their inbox. Make sure that your spouse, your partner understands whatever it is that you're trying to like share with them. Make sure that the person who's in front of you is on the same page with you, or make sure that you understood their message correctly. It could also feel a tiny bit frustrating to you that other people, especially your partner, clients, advisors, parents, but maybe also the people that you work with, it could feel a little bit frustrating to you, Pisces, that they take such a long time to think things through, and they maybe change their minds this month, or they're telling you, listen, I need time because maybe I'm gonna change my mind. So it feels like relationships with other people, especially with your significant other, with parents, but also with the people that you work with, are not necessarily moving forward this month. But it is a time to like reevaluate things. It is a time to maybe, how should I say, just give them the opportunity to think things through and to like go back and like write things down and put things on paper, journal, meditate, whatever it is that they need to get done in order to make up their minds. The period from the 15th of August until the 28th with Mercury retrograde is emphasizing your 6th house of day-to-day work. So there is a possibility that you might need to work on old projects. You could hear back from people that you've worked with. There is a possibility that you might need to update, upgrade, or repair or fix or improve in some shape or form some of the things that you've worked on in the past. There's also a possibility that from the 15th of August until the 28th, a family member maybe who's been struggling with issues health-wise, maybe it feels like they're not really like moving away from this or leaving this in the past, but it just becomes like a hot topic once again, or they're dealing with the same matter once again. At the same time, it also feels like from the 15th of August until the 28th, you might need to fix or repair once again something around the house. Maybe something that you've already dealt with, but alas, it's not working. For whatever reason, it is not working. I just want to say this. Take your time to talk to other people. Take your time to see where they stand. Take your time to see what their opinion is. Take your time to see what their perspective is on this issue before you rush into doing anything. I dare say. Now, speaking of rushing, it feels like there is a lot of rushing going on in the home sector, family life, private life. I don't know, family members are in a rush. Everyone's like, go, 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 go. Someone in particular could be very vocal, very demanding this month. Mars is transiting your 4th house of home the entire month. There could be maybe a feeling that someone in the home space is being quite conflictual this month. They're like, quite prone to anger. This could be the same person that is in a rush. Jupiter is also transiting your 4th house of home and family and living situation this month, but Saturn is transiting your 1st house. So it could feel to you like other people are in a rush, especially family members. Other people are being demanding. Other people are getting annoyed and frustrated and upset and angry in the home space. They're saying things that hurt you potentially, especially around the 14th of August, give or take 3 days before, 3 days after. It is not their intention to hurt you, but they could say things that might hurt your feelings nevertheless. And you're just kind of a little bit slow, a little bit stuck, a little bit stagnant, and a little bit extra cautious compared to them. They might feel like ready to like do things in a big way and take leaps of faith and so on. So relationships with someone in the home could be a little bit challenging this month, especially around the 14th of August, give or take 3 days before, 3 days after. And I want to say also around the 19th of August. It feels like this month you are a little bit burdened by some sort of like heavy weight that feels like it's kind of like resting very strongly on your shoulders. And you're quite in a serious mood, but at the same time, things are moving very rapidly at home, and maybe there's like opportunities at home and opportunities for expansion, and the pace of life is very like rapid and dynamic, and you're not comfortable with it, I'd say. And as a result of that, communication with some people at home, family members, significant other, children, could suffer, especially around the 14th of August. Remember also that Mercury is retrograde for most of the month, so miscommunication is likely to be very much a thing. I will just say this. You could also feel potentially a little bit drained and tired by everything that happens this month at home, Pisces, especially around the 14th of August, give or take 3 days before, 3 days after, and maybe around the 19th, a couple of days before and a couple of days after. If you need to slow down, if you need to do less at home, if you need to put some things on pause, if you need to put, I don't know, the renovation of the home on pause, or if you need to put on pause, I don't know, the whole process of looking for a new house, for example, do it, because you don't want to experience something health-wise. You don't want to have, I don't know, like a burnout or something like that in order for you to say, you know what, let me just stop. Let me just take a breather. Let me just catch my breath. Let me just like do things one step at a time. Health-wise, you could be feeling quite drained. As I said, around the 14th of August, give or take a few days before, a few days after, and around the 19th of August, give or take a few days before, a few days after. I also want to say this. You could feel potentially like you're carrying the weight of the world on your shoulders, and people close to you, family members especially, just want more. More attention, more time, more money, more resources. Now, don't feel bad about it, Pisces. Guilt is archetypally an emotion that sometimes can be associated with Pisces. Now, that doesn't mean that you're guilty of anything. It could just feel like stronger for you than for other people, Pisces, let's say. I do believe that potentially the people who you're having maybe like issues with this month, they just want to be heard. They just want to say their part. They just want to know that you're listening to them. They just want to get the time of day from you, and make sure that you really see, you really understand where they're coming from. So that's just my recommendation. Maybe just rather than feeling guilty, rather than isolating yourself, rather than like breaking your back or like going through a burnout, just make sure that you hear them out. That's my recommendation, Pisces. And also, if you can, around the 14th of August, give or take 3 days before, 3 days after, I would not necessarily work with fire or sharp tools around the house. There is a possibility anyway that something could break around the house, maybe something connected with communications, I don't know, Wi-Fi, routers, so anything connected with communications and the internet, and it might need to be repaired, or it might need to be replaced. That is also a possibility, Pisces. So don't say I didn't tell you about this. Now, let me go back to the beginning of the month. 2nd of August, Venus squares Uranus and Taurus in your 3rd house. Some sort of like disruptive communication at work. Maybe you also need to reschedule something at work because something has like popped up out of nowhere. There is a possibility that you could also receive an unexpected request at work, and you're like scrambling to make it happen. 4th of August, give or take 3 days before, 3 days after, new moon in your house of day-to-day work and health, sextiling Jupiter and Mars. I like this, Pisces. It feels like an exciting fresh start for you work-wise. Some of you could be starting a new job, some of you could be starting a new project at home, maybe something that you're very invested in, that you believe in. It could be, I don't know, like a home-related project, such as like working on an extension or redecorating the house or something along those lines. It could also feel like an exciting time maybe for a parent at home because they're starting something new connected with their health, maybe like a new health regimen. A parent or a family member could start a new job. They could start a new job themselves. I also dare say that you could start a new health regimen yourselves, my lovely Pisces. So maybe set some intentions and, like, I don't know, for example, you might decide every day before work you're going to go for a walk, something along those lines. You've got the enthusiasm, you've got the belief, you've got the energy, and I love it. 5th of August, all the way until the 29th, Venus transits your 7th house of relationships. Now, I know I told you that relationships, especially when it comes to communication, could be a little bit of a sensitive topic this month. Venus comes in to like save the day a little bit, not a lot. I will tell you this. Venus is also likely to make the person in front of you, be it your partner, your spouse, your coach, your advisor, your consultant, your accountant. They might make them a little bit more understanding. They might make them a little bit more accommodating. They might become also a tiny little bit more charming in their communication. Now, at the same time, is there a possibility that, I don't know, you could like rethink your romantic interests and your, I don't know, romantic values from the 5th of August until the end of the month? Also with Mercury retrograde, yes. Could you, in the process of rethinking what works for you and what doesn't work for you romantically, maybe feel inclined to reach out to someone from the past or hear back from someone from the past romantically? Very possibly. It does feel like other people want to help you. They want to be of service to you from the 5th of August until the 29th. So if you are struggling with anything, if you're having a hard time at work, even if, I don't know, maybe it takes a long time to explain things to them, allow others to help you. Do not carry the burden alone. There can be a tendency to isolate yourselves, Pisces, with Saturn transiting your 1st house, but the other person in your life, a colleague, a spouse, a friend. They want to be involved. They care. So make sure that they know how they can help you. 18th of August, Mercury squares Uranus. Something could go down at work technologically in the digital space. I don't know, the Wi-Fi, the internet, like things like that. Disruptive like energies around tech and communication are possible. Disruption in terms of roads and transportation also possible around the 18th of August. 19th of August, active 3 days before, 3 days after, we've got a full moon in Aquarius, activating your axis of health and service, and it is squaring Uranus. Some unexpected news coming up from work. That's quite possible. That's quite possible. Someone might, I don't know, like quit all of a sudden. If you work with people, it could be that an employee kind of out of nowhere says, I'm gonna leave. This could take you completely by surprise. You might feel totally blindsided by this, and you might scramble to like make things work. You could feel disappointed in someone at work, also because you hear that they've been talking some stuff behind your back, so you could feel a tiny little bit backstabbed. Not a great time work-wise, I'm just gonna say it. On the other hand, I do want to say this. If anything happens at work, it could also feel like maybe you've made a mistake, like something is being uncovered and you realize, oh my God, what's going on here? Like, I've made a mistake and it's out into the open for everyone to see. If you have made any sort of mistake, it's not a tragedy. It does feel like other people are quite understanding. Don't deal with it alone. Ask for help. They will help you. You can fix this. There's also a possibility that some of you could be leaving a job around this time. And another possibility is that there could be some news coming to the surface around your health. Potentially you feel a little bit taken by surprise, maybe because you thought you had worked on this, but maybe an issue that you thought was solved now becomes an issue once again, health-wise. That's not to say that it is unfixable. Not at all, but it could just feel frustrating because you did not see this, you did not see this coming. Last but not least, around the 19th of August, 3 days before, 3 days after, I would not rush to get anywhere in a car because there can be some really disruptive energy on the road. And if you do need to get anywhere on time, I would also have a plan B, and I would also maybe take into account the fact that something could pop up out of nowhere with Uranus in the 3rd house, and you might not make it to your scheduled appointment at work. 22nd of August for the next month, the sun activates your 7th house of relationships. So the sector of relationships and collaborations and meeting people halfway and negotiations is being highlighted. It's being illuminated. I like the 27th of August when Venus trines Uranus, a really pleasant surprise from someone that loves you. You could also make someone that you love very happy, and you could take them by surprise, and it could feel really enjoyable. A surprise encounter that brings a lot of pleasure is also very possible, and also a surprising breakthrough in terms of maybe the collaboration with someone in the workspace. You're like, wow, like this is great, and I did not see this coming. So I love when Uranus is making nice aspects because people get breakthroughs, and it feels like the lightning bolt strikes and the situation gets solved. So I like that. 28th of August, Venus opposes Neptune. You could feel like someone isn't really maybe appreciating you as much as you would like them to. It could feel like someone is a tiny little bit disappointed in you, maybe a romantic partner, or just maybe someone who saw more in you than you can actually deliver. So it could feel like, I don't know, you've fallen from grace somehow because they put you on a pedestal. Now remember, that's not necessarily your responsibility. But sometimes people do project things onto us. And 29th of August until the 23rd of September, Venus transits your 8th house. This is actually Venus in Libra, is probably one of the best times to really consider looking at your sources of passive income, investments, things like that, and see if there are any opportunities to, like, I don't know, get a return on investment, or maybe take advantage of an opportunity to invest or something along those lines. It can also be a very good time, a very good period to enjoy intimacy with someone. Wink, wink. this can be a time potentially when you also attract gifts and resources from others. And if you are in a relationship, your partner could be doing quite well financially, and together you could be enjoying the fruits of your partner's labor. I particularly like the 29th of August when Venus trines Pluto, a really, really kind of like intense, profound connection with someone on a romantic level, on an emotional level. I love it. A great time to, I don't know, get away from the world and just like escape, the two of you somewhere, I don't know, in the mountains, in a cabin, and just enjoy a steamy weekend. The 29th of August is also a very good day to look at your wins in terms of returns on investments. Again, this is not financial advice. You are completely free and responsible to do whatever you like with your financial situation. That is Pisces. Folks, I want to thank you once again for watching your August horoscope. Remember that if you want to work with me, you can find me on my website, which is writteninthestars-astrology.com. That is writteninthestars-astrology.com. You can go straight to the services section, and if you are an existing client, you can go for the 30 minutes follow-up consultation or the year ahead forecast. If you're a new client, you can go straight for the 1 hour 15 minutes Zoom consultation. Also, I'm active on Instagram at @RuxUnbelievable if you want to follow me there. And if you like my content, if you like the videos, if you find them useful, you can give this a thumbs up, you can like the video, share it with your friends, subscribe obviously if you haven't, and also make a donation to my channel using the thanks button underneath the video. Enjoy August. Take your time to think things through, and I will see you next month. Bye.